and District Court Bese will operate as a weekday afternoon court. For the Ashanti region, District Court 2 Asokwa and District Court 1 Prempeh Assembly Hall will operate as a Saturday court, while Circuit Court 2 Asokwa and Asokwa Circuit Court Conference Hall will operate as a weekday afternoon court.
Justice Tokono was grateful to Bill's Microcredit for partnering the Judicial Service to set up the 12 courts.
Away from court issues, meanwhile, the NDC is urging Ghanaians to vote for John Mahama in the upcoming election to ensure genuine accountability and justice. The NDC asserts that Mr. Mahama is dedicated to tackling corruption head-on and will hold members of the current Akufo-Addo NPP government accountable for their corrupt acts, as well as any member of his own administration who are found culpable.
On the contrary, a vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for change, a change that will ensure genuine accountability and justice. As you may be aware, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised that when elected, he will confront the canker of corruption head-on by ensuring that the sword of accountability cuts both ways. He has promised to hold members of this corrupt Akufo-Addo NPP government accountable for all their corrupt acts. So, fellow countrymen and women, you can be rest assured that under the next NDC Mahama government, these sleazy, illegal, and inflated sole source contracts will be investigated and the Japadiate thieves prosecuted. More importantly, stolen funds will be retrieved for the state for development, and all those found culpable shall be dealt with in accordance with law. This same level of accountability will be extended to members of the future NDC government, no matter whose ox is God. Friends, John Mahama is a man with a proven track record and the political will to fight corruption.
Let's go to the Ashanti region now, where 750 market stores at the Nana Efia Kobe market at Abinchi in Kumasi have been demolished, leaving scores of traders stranded and frustrated. The demolition is said to have been executed by a private person, allegedly on a court order, but the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly has denied responsibility for anything associated with the issue.
A visit to the scene by GBC News showed most of the stores razed down, with a few others having their roofs removed to prevent anyone from occupying them. Some of the store owners shared with GBC News their frustrations about the demolition, which they claim took them unaware.
Over 4 billion and store engines. Man for back me gates. Me meet they say a car Thomas so then be container and a makwaje and a meeting. I say yes, I'm more store Diane committee. They say container means me in Quanquatina fear to say me could anquala. Me wa mamia, what dime me, why yell the fear. Yes, it's your bank loan. They say me about 2 bra. I was a year to my yes, run an Akufo-Addo. And your bank penny for someone money measure a Binchi market.
The secretary to the Nana Efua Shop Owners Association, Mr. Kweku Afo, narrated to GBC News legitimate processes they went through in renting the shops, as well as events leading up to the demolition of their shops.
Yes, this is a copy of the allocation that KB gave to us those days.
When GBC News visited the T&K Market Limited office, operators and managers of the facility to seek their response to the complaints made by the traders and shop owners, the manager, who gave his name only as Godwin, would not speak on camera, but confirmed on phone that a claimant of the land on which the shops were built undertook the demolition exercise based on the orders of a Kumasi High Court. Chairman of the Market Traders and Shop Owners Association, Mr. Isaac Boabing, described the situation as discouraging, considering the fact that the tenants were the occupants of the racecourse market in 2011 who fully cooperated with the KMA by relocating to the Nanefua Kobi market when patronage was poor. The Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly KMA, which entered into the BOT agreement with T&K Limited to build and operate the market and continues to take levies and tolls from the traders and tenants, is also distancing itself from the issue as a result of the court litigation.
From Ashanti region, let's go to the central region now. The 2024 closed hunting season is in place effective this August to December 1, 2024 at a ceremony in Mankasim in the region. The launch of the off-season, Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Kwesi Kunedu, cautioned hunters and bushmeat traders to strictly adhere to the 4-month ban to allow wildlife species to reproduce.
The closed hunting season prohibits hunting, capturing and destroying of wild animals across the country. It is observed annually from August to December 1, 2024. The ban does not affect grass cutter hunting. However, all those interested in hunting the species are expected to obtain valid licenses. At a ceremony in Mankasim in the Central Region to officially launch the 2024 closed hunting season, a Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Kwesi Kunedu, said the government will continue to support policies, programs and initiatives that are directed at making biodiversity thrive. He said the government has assented to the Wildlife Resource Management Act 2023, Act 1115, to regulate the wildlife sector to improve on socio-economic development.
The new law has also prescribed and enhanced the Act to seek and bring wildlife administration at par with current management structures and international best practices, as well as engage the private sector in wildlife development and management. The new law has also prescribed enhanced penalties and sanctions regimes for all offenders to make it more deterrent for the perpetrators of wildlife crimes. The Ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Commission, will soon bring a series of education, awareness and sensitization exercises on the Act, and also define the roles and responsibilities of various stakeholders groups in its implementation.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, Mr. John Alote, said the closed hunting season conforms with the Wildlife Conservation Regulations 1971, LI 685. He entreated players to adhere to the ban, cautioning that offenders will be made to face the law.
Let me emphasize that the protection and sustainable management of our many varied plants and animal resources require the support of all, especially the chiefs and communities. We would like to thank all stakeholders and operators for their cooperation throughout these years. We do believe and hope that during the 4 months, actors will fully comply with the closed season for the good of all and in promoting sustainable future of wildlife and natural resources in general.
The Omanhene of Mankasim traditional area, Osajefo Amanfo Edu, called for community involvement to promote a sustainable future for wildlife and natural resources. The launch had the theme, Wildlife, a heritage we must conserve.
And the Bank of Ghana has imposed sanctions on 47 individuals and 245 business entities for the consistent issuance of DAT checks. The affected bank customers issued DAT checks on at least 3 occasions between January 2022 and January 2024, despite warnings about the consequences of their actions. The offenders are accordingly banned from issuing checks in Ghana for the next 3 years, effective 28 June 2024. They are also prohibited from accessing new credit facilities from the banking system for 3 years, with effect from 28 June 2024. The above sanctions, according to a statement issued by the bank, are without prejudice to any legal proceedings that may be taken against the offenders under Ghana's Criminal Code. Banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions, SDIs, whose customers are involved, have been directed to notify the culprits of the ban and recall all unused checkbooks from them. They shall not issue new checkbooks to the affected customers until the sanctions are lifted. And the public is, by this notice, cautioned to desist from issuing dark checks, as the offence has both legal and regulatory consequences. Matters in the UK and Ghanaians living there. Ghanaians in the United Kingdom are bracing for another round of protests that have rocked the UK in the last few days. Thugs use social media and encrypted messaging apps to plant violence across the UK. Nearly 6,000 police officers have been drawn in after a list of 39 locations where the protesters could wreak havoc were identified, including immigration centres, refugee shelters and lawyers' homes. The chaos, which has engulfed Britain's streets since the Southport stabbings last week, brought parts of the country to a halt, with medical appointments cancelled as staff are too scared to go to work. Currently, Ghanaians in the affected parts of the country are stranded and unable to leave their homes for fear of being attacked in the xenophobic attacks against blacks. And the Egyptian pound is falling against the foreign currency, approaching 50 per US dollar after a recent increase in metro fares and fuel prices. The price increases were deemed necessary to meet the IMF's conditions for continued...
The new exchange rates come a week
We apologize for the mishap, but the Egyptian pound is falling against the foreign currencies, approaching 50 per US dollar after a recent increase in metro fares and fuel prices. The price increases were deemed necessary to meet the IMF's conditions for continued aid to the country. The currency hit 49.116 per US dollar on Tuesday, and the Central Bank of Egypt said on its website in June and July the Egyptian pound fluctuated between 47 and 48 per dollar after its IPO in March and lost about 60% of its value, falling to around 30 per dollar. The new exchange rates come a week after the International Monetary Fund, IMF, completed its third financial review of Egypt, authorizing the government to draw down $820 million. The amount is part of an $8 billion bailout loan to support Egypt's struggling economy, which has been hampered by a shortage of foreign currency, soaring inflation, and unrest in the Red Sea caused by attacks by Yemen's Houthi rebels. The Houthis have attacked commercial ships in the Red Sea in retaliation for Israel's war in Gaza. Oil, natural gas, and grain, among other goods, travel through the sea lanes that separates Africa and the Arabian Peninsula to reach the Suez Canal, which typically carries 12% of world trade. And in South Africa, a renowned actress, best known for her roles in Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Connie Chiweme, has died at the age of 72. Chiweme passed away at Garden City Hospital. Her death is not yet known.
I want the throne.
Let's now bring you the weather update. And it's time for the weather report. And Felicity Afionyo, our chief meteorologist, joins us on the phone. Good morning, Felicity. Inching close to the weekend, are we expecting more showers just as we experienced in the Greater Accra region this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Multity, and good morning to everyone. Yes, it's towards the weekend we expect more areas to experience rain and possible some thunder over the north and the transition zone. So for today, Thursday, the 8th of August 2024, the cloudiness will persist across the 16 regions with light rain or drizzle expected over the coastal strip, stretching all the way from Aflawo to half Asani. And then those of us over the inland areas, eastern part of Volta, part of Ashanti, Bono, East and Western North, we still expect them to have some cloudy weather though, and also some light rain or drizzle, but it's not going to be on a wider coverage, just a few areas that will experience it. Over the north, last night we had a rainstorm over Burkina Faso that affected some places over the extreme, especially Navrongo, Bolgatanga, and some few areas within the upper west region. So this morning they will also have cloudiness with the sun breaking through in the afternoon. By late afternoon, we expect just a few areas in the northern region to also experience some rain and thunder today. For the afternoon, sunny period is expected across the southern half, and by evening, the cloudiness will come back, and then we expect it to be relatively cool across the 16 region. Temperatures will be 29 across the southern sector and 32 for the northern sector. The state of the sea is still expected to remain rough, so fisher folks need to take precautions. The Volta Lake is pretty cool for any activities. However, mist and fog patches is expected at dawn hours. So tomorrow, or the fisher folks that will be doing activities this night into tomorrow morning, they need to be a bit careful because of poor visibilities.
Right. Thank you so much, Felicity Afenyo, for the weather report. Northern region expecting some showers and rainstorms later today. Be cautious out there. The fisher folk is what our chief meteorologist has warned. Let's bring you now Omega Wednesday's Lotto winning numbers coming up on your screen. So for Omega Wednesday Alpha Lotto winning numbers, so the numbers are 55, 55, 7, single 7, 4, single 4, 87, 87, and 30, 30. Again, the winning numbers are 55, 55, 7, single 7, 4, single 4, 87, 87, and 30, 30. That's it for GTV Breakfast News. You can get more of these news when you log on to our website at gbcghanaonline.com. I am Altity Side Asadeke. My costume is by No Rush Collection. You can find it everywhere on social media. Now, we're diving straight to the kitchen. Valerie and our chefs are bringing you some wonderful meal. I'm sure you can't wait to have that, so stay on.
Greetings, welcome to the show. We are stepping into the BFS clinic. Although yesterday reports hit social media about the death of a member of Team Eternity in Shira Mafu Ochre. We do not know the cause of death yet, but this is what happened. We heard it yesterday, and so we are sending our condolences out to the team and the immediate family and friends, and also people who knew her. Reports reaching us also is that she actually performed on Sunday at a concert, and so from the team here at GBC, we are sending our condolences out to the team and the entire family and people who knew her. Life goes on, they say, and so we are stepping into the kitchen. And today in the kitchen, we are going to be having your delight in sobo mousse. So your delight is your, in Guy means beans. In Fantia, here's adowa. What's it called in your language, people? And Comfort is here in the studio. Erica is also in the studio. They're gonna be teaching us how to make your delight and sobo mousse. So, Comfort, where do you come up with your names?
Okay, so with the names, we mostly look at continental dishes, and then we break it down to Ghanaian dishes, and that's how we come up with the name.
So your delight is simply, what's the local name for your delight? Is it Gobe?
Gobe. Gobe is a popular name.
Sorry, I'm a bit disturbed by the death of sorry.
I know, right?
And so, what did you come up with that from?
And so we thought of giving beans a little flair. Instead of our usual beans, our usual gobe from our local joints. Like, let's give it a flair now. And this is Erica. Erica has been coming up with crazy ideas.
Erica, is this your idea? Your delight is your idea. So what's the makeup? Is it going to be like, what's your makeup? You have to speak up, Erica. Erica doesn't speak often, so she's going to be...
You're on her.
Full time, Erica. So what's your delight?
So the combination of everything here.
What's everything here?
Plantain, custard, and some fish.
Okay. The plantain I see has already been fried.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then there's pasta.
Also pre-cooked pasta with water and salt, and then our beans also cooked with water, usual way of cooking beans, and then plantain fried with oil. So we're going to join everything together, plus some veggies.
Which one is this?
So this is the chili sauce. It has pepper, onion, garlic, and a bit of tomatoes in it.
Okay, and then I see lots of protein.
Yeah. So this is the dry fish.
Okay.
Kobe and...
There's man here. There's man. And there's tuna as well.
There's tuna.
Man's like
salmon.
Herrings, dried herrings, and there's salmon as well.
Salmon too.
Okay.
And have momoni and kako here.
Okay, so why are you using both momoni and kako?
Because the combination of momoni and kako is Ghanaian, is local.
Yeah.
You can't miss it. It's local.
Oh, okay, but we thought that you can only use one at a time.
No, you can use both.
They've been lying to us.
They've been lying. In our intro. And
then there's mackerel.
Mackerel. So this jaw is going to be joined today. Are you ready to start?
Okay.
In our palm oil. In our palm oil.
Okay. Palm oil.
Yes.
Okay.
So you do the same as usual.
Yes, please.
All right.
Let me just come over to this side.
Okay.
Just check my stuff here.
So Erica will be on the other side cutting vegetables for us for our oil.
Okay.
So now we're going to add our chopped onions, garlic, bay leaves together.
I see a lot of videos lately, and people use bay leaves a lot to cook.
Yeah, bay leaf is very nutritious.
Yeah?
And
What
also
are some of the nutritional value? What does it give to the body?
Okay, so the bay leaf, when you cook bay leaf and you drink, it actually neutralizes your body. It also helps with blood flow.
Okay.
So bay leaf is really good. When you boil it, you drink, add it to your food. I mostly add bay leaf to almost all the dishes I prepare.
Okay, all right.
You are cleaning it already.
Yes.
So
how much, what's the number, those ingredients, what's the number I can feed?
This can feed 4 portions. Mostly I prefer 4 portions order, so when I'm coming, I come with 4 portions.
Okay. So for 4 portions,
so
how much
money.
would you need? How much would you need to go to the market for all these ingredients?
Okay, so if you want to go on a low budget, you can use about 80 cedis. But if you want to go on high budget, when you have a lot of proteins, they're looking at about one.
Once you come sauté
lelele, then you mean they're going to look at around 140 cedis, 250 cedis.
The momone is in here, people.
Yeah.
This is how we like to do it on Thursdays.
Okay. Kako just landed with grand style.
Constance, what do they use to make kako? What kind of fish makes kako?
I learned they use which popular fish. Sometimes they use shark. I heard about shark. I also heard about some catfish.
Catfish.
And there's a strange one you don't want to know.
What was it?
I heard they use this snake fish. The fish, the snake.
Like eel.
Yes. Then dry it. Okay. The day I heard, I was scared. But it still tastes nice, so why not? You will still eat it.
When you watch the Chinese videos, they just take your ears and chew them. So
these Chinese videos they are too scary. I don't like to watch. It's more like a horror movie.
Okay.
Okay, so now we'll pour our pepper.
Okay.
Mix in it. Okay. So everything.
Mind you, Constance likes spicy food.
Yes.
You like as well.
Yeah.
Let me take everything out of the bowl.
Finish. I did the justice to it.
We are making, if you just joined us, we are making your delight and sobo mousse. We haven't gone to the sobo mousse yet. We are still in the process of making your delight. And the spicy ingredients have gone in already.
So with your delight, you can be creative in the house and add anything you want. You can try new recipes with it. Do your normal bean stew, add any potatoes, anything of your choice, and create a nice menu out of it. So we don't always eat our usual beans. We can give it a twist.
So it's not
boring. I can tell the future.
Yes.
Future is beautiful.
The future is bright. Your delight will make it.
So now we'll drop our dry fish. So salmon, amani, and more opoku. I also like to use fish because it's nutritious, and these days everybody is trying to eat healthy. So you have to be here to smell this.
Aika, what are you chopping?
Green pepper.
Okay. Must it be a certain size?
Yes.
Why is it in this size? Can it be bigger or smaller?
It can be
Is
bigger
there a
than
standard
this.
size?
Yeah. It can be bigger than this.
Okay, so what's the price of like veggies? Like the most common ones we use? Like green pepper, carrots.
This is
What's the price on the market? Is it cool? Can we head towards that this weekend?
It's
How
very
much should we go
expensive.
there?
The
It's what?
carrots is now expensive. You can get 1 carrot for 5 cedis.
1 carrot for 5 cedis. Previously, how much was 1 carrot?
You get about 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
And now you can only get 1. But fortunately,
1 carrot for 5 cedis?
yeah, fortunately now the season looks very nice to us. So you can have pepper, a lot of pepper for 5 cedis. And then also tomatoes and onions are not bad these days.
Okay, so the price of tomatoes has come down.
A bit.
Okay.
So
And
I just
onions
added
too.
the salt. I'm adding our local spice. And then our fish seasoning.
So at this point, you can use any seasoning of your choice.
Any season of your choice.
If you are watching us, please let us know what you call beans in your language. And guys, what's it called? What's beans in tea? Erica.
Constance, what's beans in peas?
Beans. Beans is beans. Okay. I have to go and ask my mom.
Please do. Next time you come here, you have to come here with how to pronounce all your ingredients in all the languages. You just come here.
Erica, you have a lot to do.
And throw English in our faces and go out.
So now I'm dropping my pepper.
Okay. More pepper then?
More pepper, yes.
This is going to be spicy.
So sometimes beans can give you a little sour taste, but when you add pepper, it just balances everything for you. Okay.
Something else has gone in there. A spice, another spice has gone in there.
Oh, they are all fish spices. Okay. Right, so now I'm going to drop my mackerel.
Okay. This is fully loaded protein. Erica, how fast?
Okay. So you allow it to simmer for a while so that all the taste will incorporate together nicely.
Nice.
Okay, take over.
I'll take over. So, Constance, which events would you advise we make this?
Okay, if you have a lunch buffet,
Okay.
you can serve this your delight.
This is what is going to freak me out. Pasta is going to go in here.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Yeah, adding pasta to your delight. This is just a pre-cooked pasta.
Okay.
So we just drop it.
Okay.
Yeah, prepare the pasta first so that the pasta can be infused with the taste. So the taste of the seasoning.
Okay. You can only see this on the BFS on GTV, people. Only here. Your delight.
Mango baby this. So this then shall add a little oil.
Okay. Okay.
And then water. Just to lighten the stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll have to go and give my director some after we are done.
Yeah. We are keeping yours for you.
What?
Right. So now we'll drop the plantain, fried plantain. everything about beans is here. Oh, everything about beans is here. Okay. So we chop the plantain to smaller sizes so that will be easy to eat. Yeah, to stay. Okay.
Charlie.
This looks good already. Erica, are you ready for me? Okay.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to drop our cabbage.
Oh.
Carrots. Green pepper. Cucumber. Onion.
Look, I can't even talk. There's a reason why I love Thursdays. Apart from the fact that I'm a Thursday boy.
Oh.
There's food in the studio.
Oh.
It's mini Friday. And
Yes.
today I get to dance with Dance God Lloyd.
Wow. I'm a bad dancer. I think I have to join.
Jelly, you can't enjoy me, man. Join the team.
Okay, so now I'm adding the beans. All my beans. Yo.
So
I have to go and learn. Yeah, the yo. Oh, the yo, you know, this is the same yo. Just drop some yo in it. Yeah, stir gently.
Okay, gently.
Yeah, because our pot is almost full. Oh, this looks good.
This looks really colorful, people. It's a full protein shake.
Yeah.
You can have this. And so at this point, can you add like different kinds of protein?
Different kinds of protein. You can chop some chicken in it, meat. You can add minced meat to it.
Oh my goodness.
You can spoil yourself.
Please spoil yourself.
You're allowed to spoil yourself.
So for all of this would cost 80 Ghana cedis if you go to the market for the ingredients.
Yes, 87.
And then if you have ingredients at home, it's going to be cheaper.
It's going to be cheaper.
Yeah.
You can use your leftover ingredients, put it together, and have a nice meal.
Constance, tell us what's the right way to cook beans?
Okay. So first of all...
So you don't have all the gastric stuff after. Okay. What's the right way to cook beans?
So first of all, you take out all the bad beans in it, soak it for a while to soften it. After soaking it for a while to soften it, now you can boil your hot water. I like to start my beans in hot water.
Okay. Could a while be like an hour or two?
Yeah, so it takes lesser hours to cook.
Okay. I think we need to lower this a bit. Okay. Yeah.
Then I boil it in my hot water. So after it's almost soft, then I add my salt, just a little salt to taste.
Okay.
You are good to go. Okay, so I'll drop in some small green peppers. Okay. I want my vegetables to look fresh, just a little away from freshness.
Okay. Should I stir still?
Oh, you can, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're putting it at the last minute so it stays
You can
crispy,
feel the
yeah?
crunchiness of it. Okay, so we'll cover it for about some few seconds. And then so that the heat will just go into our new vegetables in it. Okay. And then we are ready to serve.
Voila.
We did it.
Voila. Tasting time.
Tasting
no,
time.
not yet.
No, sobo mousse first.
Sobo mousse. So mousse is spelled M-O-U-S-S-E with an accent if you spell it in the French way. But why mousse though?
Because it's a thickened base of sobo. Sobo is light, light and smooth.
What is sobo? What's sobo?
Sobo is a hibiscus leaf plus some fruit in it. Pineapple, orange mixed together.
It's not sobolo.
Sobolo.
Hey.
How will I flex if I say sobolo?
People, sobo mousse. Okay, please teach us how to make it. What do we need to make sobo mousse?
Okay, so you need your hibiscus leaf, make hot water, add your herbs, that's it, huentia, add a little bit of huentia to it, boil plus your ginger. Okay. After you blend a little of the ginger plus pineapple, sieve your sobo, then mix everything together. Add sugar or honey, and you are good to go.
Sobo mousse it is. Okay. Let's see how you're going to make it.
Okay. Okay, this is ready.
Yes.
So I'll dish it out first, and then I'll move to the sobo mousse.
Favorite part?
Yeah.
You local. The asanka is out.
Okay. This is Lebanese bread.
Do you have to use Lebanese bread?
Well, you don't need to use Lebanese bread, but how do we need to hype Ghana food? So you want to add anything possible to make it unique. Okay. All right. So we just dish it out like this on the bread. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
I like the way you say softly. You need to get to finish it.
Yes, I am. Your delight has pasta in the beans, has all sorts of protein, there are veggies. Oh my God. And then chopped fried plantain into tiny bits. Hey.
So we jump straight to sober moves.
Okay. People. Constance.
Hello.
See how the studio is quiet.
Yes. 1 second of silence for
for your delight. So I saw on your page that you had a class for mothers.
Yes.
Tell us about it. Is it still open? Is that still happening?
It's still open.
Okay.
In fact, we are ready to have your children around so we can play. We can play with them.
Should I bring it?
All right, let's keep it here. It's okay.
Okay.
There.
All right. Good.
So training is open for nursing mothers and PCBs. I mean, our space is big enough for nursing mothers and PCBs. So you can bring them.
Where do we find you? Where do we find you? Where do we find you? There are lots of mothers who are home and they can't go anywhere because they don't know where to take their kids or who to have their kids. So if you keep their children for them while they learn how to make your delight and lots of delights, why not? How do we find you?
So we are Tetegu Weja.
Okay.
You can find us there. Cake Boutique and Decor. We are always ready to have you and your children here. So I have milk here. I have my condensed milk. This is how the mousse is going to come out. The condensed will give you the mousse taste. Okay. And then we have our sobo here.
Okay, so the sobo is already made up.
Already made up here.
Cool.
So I'm going to pour the sobo here.
In goes the sobo.
Okay. The milk.
Okay. So while Constance is dripping the delights into this blender, there's a video of how she made the sobo. Okay, so we'll pull it up now. So that's how the sobo was made. And in studio, because we had it side by side, Constance poured everything inside. I can't even talk. Okay, Constance, you're back.
So we put everything together, condensed milk, blended it together, and it's here. Sobo mousse here. So you're going to drop a bit of it inside the calabash because it's sobo. Put some oranges in it to give it a more orange flavor. You can also choose to serve it in the bottle if you want.
Yes,
in a condensed cup.
Yes.
A double vase.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to drop our straw in it. Sobo mousse ready.
People, if your Thursday is not colorful like this, then you're not watching GTV Breakfast, because in our kitchen today, we've made your delight. Is a mixture of everything, Gobe, but Pro Max level. And then there's sobo mousse. So it's a mousse because it's thickened, but then
the sobo juice already prepared by Constance. She put in lots of drizzles of condensed milk, thickened milk, and this is how it's served. And you can only learn to make quick dishes, nutritious dishes like this if you go onto Cakes Boutique and Decor across social media. You can find her and Erica and the rest of the team, and you can learn how to make delights like this. And for all of this, it's going to cost you, well, for your delights, it's going to cost you 80 Ghana, and it serves 4 persons. And if you want more protein, it's up to you to spend more money. But 4 persons, 80 Ghana can do this. How much for the sobo mousse? Assuming you buy sobo, the already made sobo.
So you spend about 40 cedis to get this.
So if you're having friends or family over, 4 people, a couple of people, so this is going to cost roughly around 120 Ghana cedis.
Exactly.
And the weekend is coming up, people. Nutrition. Eat Ghana, eat Ghana. What do you want to tell us? So people, any new training coming up? What's happening?
Yes. Our online pastry training is still ongoing. So don't miss it. Learn 15 pastries for a very affordable price. The price will actually shock you. I don't want to shock you right now here, but it will shock you. So please join the online training, and also join and like our YouTube videos, because we are putting so much that you can learn for free. Admission is still in progress. Cake, Stick and Decor. Just dream it. And contact us on 054-896-3385. 054-896-3385.
Okay. And Constance says that the prices of tomatoes and pepper has gone down.
So buy a lot of it, blend them, keep them in your fridge and freezers, and use them for a long time.
Yes, indeed. And that's how we do it here at the BFS. We'll be making your delight and sobo mousse. Constance and Erica from Cakes Boutique and Decor across social media, you can find them. Have been teaching us how to do this. They've been here with us like every other Thursday. We are switching corners. We are going into town where, our campaign on road safety. Kofi Traffic is somewhere in the community around you, bringing us sights and sounds and how safe you should be. Kofi Traffic is actually at Dankwa Circle. Okay. So we are heading over there right now. Kofi Traffic, greetings to you and your team. Work and happiness, they say. Okay, so while we connect with Kofi Traffic, Constance, let's do what are you when people come to your Cakes Boutique and Decor, what do they usually talk about?
Dankwa Circle. This takes me to Osu. This takes me to Laboni, and straight ahead, it takes me to Kwankrumah Circle. So, just to give you 4 road safety tips that you should be observing. The first one. And it's all based on the word road. So R means to respect, O for observe, A for anticipate, and D for drive defensively. So respect the road and other users. That's pedestrians, motorcyclists, and vehicle users. Observe your surroundings. Make sure it's clear before you cross. Anticipate potential hazards. And drive defensively. Those are our tips for the morning. We're going to observe what's going on here. I'm here with Daryl Alantego. Daryl, what's up?
Thank you very much, Ka, for bringing me on. Hinging on your road, ROAD, let's look at defense. It is the most critical one of all. Having observed and having anticipated, what commuters normally forget is anticipation is not about other cars. It is also very much about motorcyclists, motor riders, as well as pedestrians. And critically, pedestrians always have the right of way. Definitely. So yield to pedestrians when you're approaching pedestrian crossing. And let's see if this looks anything like a pedestrian crossing. And this is the very first one. And so if you are coming from Dankwa Circle in the direction of the ring road towards Circle or towards Kwame Nkrumah Circle, this is what you're likely to see. Does it look anything like a pedestrian crossing to you, Kaf? No. Why? Because it is completely... to me,
maybe 80% gone.
To me, it is half empty. It's not half full. It's half empty. So it's almost gone, and there's nothing here. So you find that commuters approaching it don't even pay attention to it because there's nothing there. And then we're looking at how they use the trotro or the bus stop. You'll find that most commuters, especially commercial commuters, don't necessarily park at the bus stop to use the bus stop. What they do is park a little distance away from the bus stop. In their view, it is the best position to drop off and pick up passengers. And that exposes passengers to road crossing hazards, in that because they drop off from there, they cross from there. And when they do, they're more than likely to get run over.
So ideally, there should have been a zebra crossing at the bus stop.
Yes.
Because that's where people naturally stop.
Yes.
Or people just have some discipline. You drop off, walk here, and
walk
cross.
yourself back and cross.
Exactly.
But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. And so what happens is how they are exposed to all this safety or these hazards. And commuters who are coming off the roundabout are not necessarily patient and they don't anticipate
at all.
They don't. The idea of anticipation gets thrown out of the window when they're approaching this side of town. It is just not on for them. They don't necessarily wait to even see who is doing what. They just don't stop. It's a matter of drive, and you find the idea of anticipating and being defensive completely out of the equation.
That's a mother crossing at the wrong place. Mama,
Exactly.
mama,
now,
come here.
with a baby behind her, you can imagine who
Yes.
is at most risk.
Exactly.
It is the baby.
Yes.
It is the baby, because in this case, the baby has no decision-making power in the way they cross the road. Some of these things also are dangerous to us as pedestrians or as road users, and that must also be taken into account when we come to cross the road.
Yeah, there's a lot of education that needs to be done.
You remember when they used to teach us how to cross the road? Look left, look right, and look left again.
Yes.
Today, you look both ways until you finish crossing.
Because somebody can be coming in your lane, opposite direction.
Yeah. So you look both ways, left, right, left, right, until you finish crossing.
Add a prayer too. Because now it's critical. It's critical.
As always. And so Danko Circle is relatively quiet due to time of day, but the hazard to pedestrians as well as commuters is, as it is, always on point. And so if you're crossing the road around Dankwa, if you're driving around Dankwa, please observe the road signs, be alert, also be defensive in your driving.
The next time a trot drops, I think I want the camera to turn so you see what people do. Because people get off and then they cross at the wrong place.
I have seen 2 St. Thomas Aquinas Secondary School students, right, cross the road at the wrong point. And I've seen one also attempting to do what is right by walking all the way across the grass to cross at the zebra or pedestrian crossing.
There's another one here.
So what we have is one of them is wise, the other is not so wise. And then an Accra High School, oh my alma mater.
Crossing everywhere.
Crossing everywhere and anywhere.
For those of you who haven't seen a female mate before, there she is.
Yes, that's a trotro mate. A female one trying to mobilize passengers into her trotro. That's great. That's great.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so until we intervene,
Are you coming?
it appears there won't be a stop after all. This young man from Accra High School is not trying to cross. He's already crossed from the wrong end.
So there's just a lot of, basically people don't just do what they want and expose themselves to serious risk.
The thing is, take your destiny into your own hands while you're on the road, because first of all, commuters would not pay attention to you. They will not respect your right to the road or to the way, and they do what they want. So you also do what you want while you're on there and hope that God will look after you.
Let's talk about some of these.
And these are some of the things we can't do. Boss, so who you should is back crossing you ride the bike in fast. Why? Who see now the bike in fast? Why? Oh yes, I the boy be more when you say what me da say. Yeah, no sure who so you also. Why? Thank you. What people don't know is you don't ride a bicycle across a zebra crossing.
No, come this way.
Right?
Come this way.
It is mainly for people on foot.
Come this way.
Hey, use them.
This way.
It is mainly for people on foot. You don't ride a bicycle or a motorcycle across a pedestrian cross.
I think you should cross the road before you look at your phone. Oh. Good morning, how are you? All right, hold on. Stop. Go.
That's also one of the phenomena we need to talk about these days.
On the phone.
People are on the phone
and crossing,
and they're crossing the road. Where is your attention?
On the phone.
Where is your attention?
On the phone.
So if you get knocked down, whose fault will that be?
Here comes another one.
The commuter who wasn't paying attention also.
This phone thing is a crazy thing.
And you realize his phone is with him and he's got earplugs on. So, God, where are we? Where are we?
All right.
This is definitely not the best of things to
Let's
do.
go.
This is definitely not the best of things to do. If you're watching us this morning, you're watching GTV Breakfast, and this is the road safety segment of the breakfast show. Please be alert on the road and do not wear your earplugs and be on your phone as you attempt or while you attempt to cross the road. What happens is when you get knocked down, you're not the only one who is injured. The driver who knocked you down also goes through a certain trauma, and they sometimes need counseling before they can get across, before they can run or.
It be you for stop. You're not a man.
Again.
You for stop.
This is not good for all of us.
He's admonishing the guy for taking his time, not knowing that he's supposed to stop.
That's you see, and he's licensed.
Yeah.
He has a license to drive the trotro. A commercial driver who doesn't understand the highway code. A commercial driver, he doesn't understand the highway code. He doesn't even know that the pedestrian has the right of way anytime they hit the road.
He's admonishing the guy for taking his time.
Exactly. So he is impatient. And then he will turn around and say, oh, what life will quiet so like I know uncle life.
Let's go. All right, let's see if we can get this stuff for you. Okay, you can go.
Right, so this so far, as far as road safety is concerned, these are some of the things we must be observant or pay attention to in order to be safe on the road. You realize how traumatic it is for a driver who knocks someone down.
Serious. Because the first thing you're thinking about is, I hope I haven't killed the person.
Exactly.
Yes, first thing you think about.
And then your blood pressure and everything starts rising.
Exactly.
It's not safe. Let's all be alert while we're on the road to make sure that all of us arrive alive and get home safe.
Those are the 4 tips. Respect all road users. Observe your surroundings. Anticipate what other people will be doing. And for you drivers, drive defensively. So that's ROAD. Respect, observe, anticipate, drive defensively.
And drive safely or defensively.
Indeed.
This so far, Kaf, what has been your observation so far while we're out here?
Ghanaians are great. We know how to manage chaos. Because
Masters of chaos.
Yeah, there's everything going on. You know, people are jaywalking, people are on their phones and crossing roads.
A lady with a baby over her shoulder just crossing anywhere.
It's chaos.
Taxi drivers and trotro drivers dropping off passengers and picking them up anywhere.
Road safety has a lot of work to do. DBLA has a lot of work to do. Ghana Police has a lot of work to do. Our school system has a lot of work to do.
Maybe one of these days we should do a great assembly, bring on road safety, highway, urban roads, the police, DVLA in one sitting. And we do what looks like a town hall address. And they come and tell us what they're doing, what they will do, and what they've done so far. Thank you very much.
All righty, so I guess that's our traffic report this morning.
Indeed it is. And so this is where we wrap up. Kaf, your final word.
Respect road users, observe your surroundings, anticipate, and drive defensively. ROAD, road. That's my word.
Thank you very much for watching GTV Breakfast, the road safety segment.
Now let's cross our own road.
And welcome to the sports update on GTV and GTV Sports Plus. My name is Akusia Eje. Asante Kotoko will represent Ghana at this year's Capital City Africa Cup in Washington, D.C., USA in October 2024. The Ghana Football Association has given approval for the club to participate in a high-profile international friendly against a major league side, DC United, scheduled for Saturday, October 12, 2024 at the Udi Field in Washington, D.C. The annual ceremonial match being put together by the Ghana Tourism Authority in collaboration with the GFA forms part of activities to mark Ghana's Week DC 2024. The matchup between the two historic teams will magnify the celebration of the Ghanaian culture in Washington, D.C. Asante Kotoko, a well-followed football club here in Ghana, will take the DC United at the state-of-the-art and soccer-specific stadium, Udi Field. This will be the second time a Ghanaian Premier League side will be embarking on a trip to the United States to play an MLS side after Mediama SC lost 2-1 in a similar high-profile friendly on October 14, 2023. The Ghana Week DC 2024 takes place between October 7th and 12th, 2024 in Washington.
Was the goalkeeper impeded? Was the Kotoko goalkeeper fouled? Should it have been a foul?
Indicates that the goal has been taken, but yeah, there was clear impeding over there. Just look at that. Yeah, and we've spoken about the fact that Hearts of Oak were going to send in some long balls, but this time on the goalkeeper, no protection at all. No protection at all. And but Asamoah,
the new boy will not care.
He wouldn't.
He's got his debut goal for the Phobians.
To the camp of Accra Hearts of Oak now, and we are looking at some transfer stories with regards to the team. And ahead of the 2024-2025 Ghana Premier League season, Accra Hearts of Oak have ended their contracts with a number of players will include these 4 players who will currently be seeing on our screens.
Costa swings in across, and that's an opening goal for the Phobians. Cisse puts the Phobians ahead. 6 minutes into the game, and Altavok are in the lead. Lovely pass from Linda, and Dennis Costa did well to keep the ball in. It looked like he was crossing the line. He kept his composure and did well to locate Cisse, who was arriving at the near post, and it's a good touch, lovely finish. As 1, Nations 0. Costa to Hamza. Now Linda. Good run from Linda. Now Hamza is a lovely turn, and it's a brilliant finish. Wonderful goal from Hamza Isa to take his goal tally to 13 this season. What an amazing strike from
moments have changed. So we'll be looking at this particular picture again of the players and the transfer stories regards to them. And in the updates that Accra Hattifo communicated, Yakubu Zakaria has mutually terminated his contract with the team. Richard Atta, their goalkeeper, should I say their former goalkeeper, has been released. And also Issa Akuka has been transferred to newly promoted Ghana Premier League side Vision FC, while Salifu Ibrahim has also been released by the club. And now to some Olympic stories. And today, 4x100 men relay will be taking place. We'll take a look at the lanes that we find all the teams at this time, because remember that Ghana's 4x100 team also qualified event. And so we would be seeing on our screens very soon. And so Ghana, by the communication of Benjamin Willie Graham on his socials, Team Ghana, we are in lane 4, where we will be running. And so Liberia are in lane 1, Brazil lane 2, China will be in lane 5, Canada are in lane 6, France will be in lane 7, Germany will be in lane 9. And we have to also note that in this particular heat that will be taking place at 9:35 a.m. today, Ghana does have a very good time. We made a time of 38.07 seconds. And in this particular heat, we have the best time. If we can run this particular time again, then we sure have a place in the semifinal. But remember, we're running against Jamaica, we're doing it against France, Brazil, and Liberia. To some other stories, and Rafael Nadal has withdrawn from the US Open a week after reaching the quarterfinals of the men's doubles at the Nadal, who has not announced his retirement, will play at the Lever Cup in September, but not the final Grand Slam of the year. That's the US Open. The Spaniard is a 4-time champion, but has only played once there since he last won the title in 2019. And now let's take a look at the 4x400 meter race from the Olympics yesterday.
Welcome back into the studio. It's Thursday, it's a throwback vibe, and we are having fun. In headlines, King Kaf is walking in with his New Year look. You know, he has 2 New Years, the May New Year and his own New Year.
Thank you very much.
How are you enjoying the Sobo Mousse?
The Sobo Mousse is just on point. You know what's inside because you were there. What's inside?
So there's Sobolo, Sobolo juice, there's thickened milk, and then there's condensed milk, all blended together.
Everything really delicious.
Everything.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Greetings. Special shout outs to all the technical people we work with. I love you. It's a personal one to you.
I'm sure they love you back.
Yes, they do.
Headlines. Here we go. What's in the papers today?
Okay, daily graphic. 100,000 farmers to benefit from agribusiness project.
President tightens grip on public lands. Presidential approval now needed for sale and transfer.
Introduce broad-based toll system. Dr. Bawumia to road sector stakeholders.
And we need $271.7 billion to expand roads, says the finance minister. How much is our budget set, man? The whole country.
Over me, sir. So many numbers.
Next one. Daily Guide.
Okay. A confirmed ghost chases Mahama. Stories on page 3.
Security beefed up in Myon over clashes.
Bawumia pokes road toll debate.
NEIP launches presidential pitch.
Joe Gate committee submits Black Shield report to Parliament.
All righty. That's your Daily Guide. The Daily Dispatch. Asante publicly blesses Bawumia and Opoku Prempeh ahead of December 7th elections.
Canadian professors commend IGP Dampare for transforming police service.
Oboshi Kofi heads 11-member MPP manifesto committee.
Ghana is better off with MPP in power, Kennedy Japan, to swing voters. See something, say something.
All righty, that's your Daily Dispatch this morning.
Chronicle says Bawumia proposes radical reform of road tolling system. It appears we are tolling the poor and leaving the rich and affluent to enjoy. Persons who live in places such as East Legon, Cantonment Ridge, and Laboni don't pay any tolls, but they have some of the best roads in Ghana. End quote.
No candidate or political party is superior to the will of the people, says Akufo-Addo.
CJ opens debt recovery court to tackle rising case backlog.
Our quote today is from Leviticus.
Yes.
Leviticus 19:15. Do not pervert justice. Do not show partiality to the poor or favoritism to the great, but judge your neighbor fairly. Leviticus.
Amen.
Levy.
Amen.
Next paper.
New finder. Economic outlook promising, but inflation, exchange rate stabilization remain significant challenges. ESA.
Reliable data is the new goal to drive Ghana's digital economy, says Margins CEO.
Rethinking Ghana's entrepreneurial landscape, a call to action for senior executives.
Small-scale mining generates $1.7 billion in 6 months.
Government touts long list of infrastructure projects in Greater Accra.
You batcha.
Senior, I did beg.
I organized one bar for you.
Senior, please.
It is coming. Next one. The new Crusader Guide.
Roads Minister makes case for toll implementation for road infrastructure development.
Electrochem Ghana to be listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Under the spells of founder and coup, another August of Ghanaian political metaphysics.
NEIP launches presidential pitch. I read that earlier. How a composite plan stopped New or Die in Tow family from extending boundary.
Okay, reduce dialysis costs to save lives. Nana Nketia petitions private hospitals.
Okay. Valerie is reading really carefully. She doesn't want to stumble, which is good. The anchor.
Ghanaians in UK safe despite escalating violence, says High Commissioner.
Electrochem's $80 million salt project set for stock market. Ghanaians to own shares as Deputy Minister rallies Adnan chiefs and residents for support.
Okay, gold exports to hit $10 billion by end of 2024.
Okay, sorry about that. Resist attempt to photocopy your Ghana card for transactions. Margins Group CEO urges Ghanaians.
Yes, indeed. And that's the
I'm just wondering, what do you do if you don't? So we've gone back.
It's throwback.
Can we have the headline first? The newspaper must have a headline. Please, let's have the headline. There's a big headline, Daily Graphic. So we know which newspaper we are on. Yeah. For the throwback, please. Thank you. Yeah. Our people are magicians. When you talk to them, they listen.
Yes.
So they're waiting for it. That's not the headline. It has a red mass. Daily Graphic. We refuse to read this one until you see the headline. Give us a headline.
I love it.
Violence.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you. Yes. Okay. So Daily Graphic, leading Ghana team. But it's supposed to be here now. We can't leave it behind us.
It's here.
Yeah.
So, leading Ghana team.
Mentor Lebanon. I think we should just squat here and read this thing. Being to represent government in deportation case. Yes. Malaya invites. Yes, they invite Ghana. And then there's an advert there for UTC. You remember that store?
Yes.
Yes.
Accra UTC.
It be so.
For the best kitchen equipment.
No, be small. Next one, please. More throwbacks.
I think we have to go to the screen card. It's not here. Let's go back to the screen. Okay.
So this is 1957, August 8th, 1957, Thursday. This is 1957. Ghanaian delegation arrives in Israel.
Nigerian tourist
reaches Germany and shakes hand with Mr. Khrushchev. Olabishi Ajala, a 27-year-old globe-trotting Nigerian student, broke through the ranks of German soldiers and security police today to shake hands with Mr. Nikita Khrushchev, soon after the Soviet Communist Party leader arrived in East Berlin on a visit to East Germany. Wow. If this person is still alive, 27 plus 70 plus 67, so it will be like 94. Wow. So this is 1957. And the next phase, a play written and produced by a group of Ghanaian MPs who attended the Moral Rearmament Assembly of Nations at Mackinac Island, Michigan, has come to a play. Yeah, so there's some Ghanaians. MP for Awutu, Mr. Dowona Hammond. Yeah, interesting. Eddie Dowling. Wow, this is 1957. Oh, wow. Look at the batteries we were using back then.
Coopers. Kingsway stores.
No, this aerosol, it's not battery. And then what is this? What is this? A camera. What
it
looks like a traffic light, man.
Yeah, camera.
1957 camera. CFA is still there. More, we want more. Yes.
Still August 8th.
Yes, 1957.
Important notice, owing to the long
delay in the factory, customers interested in the Worsley 1500 should book their orders now. I think it's a car. So you have to book your order, otherwise the car will finish left you. Then you have Ashanti Turf Club Limited. So some dates there. Union sends best wishes to Kweku Baku's father. So the Ghana Broadcasting Employers Union has sent a telegram to Mr. Kofi Baku, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, congratulating him on his appointment and pledging his loyalty and cooperation to the minister. So that's Kweku Baku's daddy. Okay. The boy who won an 87-pound radiogram, 16-year-old Accra schoolboy Emmanuel Tego, is a proud boy today, for he has won the first prize of a countrywide What Is It competition organized by Messrs. Union Trading Company. And here he is, seen examining the prize he won, a radiogram costing 87 pounds, 10 shillings. Master Tego is a Form 1 pupil at the Accra Royal School.
Wow.
Go ahead. Father of railways to retire. Wow, interesting. More. We like it. 1957.
Okay.
What is the advert?
I just can't make up my mind where to
shop. Look at this, you opinion, Sam.
My mommy always shops at Kingsway, a store for all good things. Kingsway, first for all shopping.
Yes. A tourist service. Can someone start one in this country? So there's one J. Kwesi Williams asking for a tourist service. And then protests. We are grateful. Readers have written. I love it. More. 57.
Wow.
Give us more. Thank you.
Okay. Treat that cough before all the family catch it. Buy cough mixture now.
You drank some when you were baby.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. A Nigerian minister meets Abavana. You know Abavana Junction? Yes, he's named after a minister. So that's him, Abavana.
Be like after I come, you go away.
Yes, Abavana. Ideal home show, visit university, Japan's envoy expected in Ghana. Yeah, have a capstan. They are blended better. Interesting. 1957. Oh, Charlie, my dad.
So this is like a Black Friday thing. This one, the UTC department store.
Yes.
So they sort of. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. So we saw this already earlier. Yeah, so that's an interesting 1957 throwback. My daddy was 17. Yeah. I wasn't born.
No, you weren't. I was nowhere near born.
All righty.
So, you know, you have two New Years. The main New Year, which everybody celebrates, and your own personal New Year, when it's your birthday, and you cut
everything off, yes.
And guess what? Because a lot of people love you, you've been receiving presents all week.
Okay.
There's more coming. So, you know our people, Constance and Erica from Kate's Boutique and Deco, who are in our kitchen today, they have something for you. So they stayed back.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, really? Make I put this one down.
Make a hold give you. Make a hold give you.
Give me. Oh, wow. They have all these crazy names. What is this one too called? It's just a cake.
It's your birthday. I don't want to give you any shame name.
Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete will eat some of this cake.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen shake and train as well.
Does it come with a knife? It comes with a knife.
Yes.
All right. So Cakes Boutique and Decor at Tetegu.
Yes.
Constance and Erica, they cook for us every Thursday. Thank you so much. Yes. Small hug. Cake hug.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I carry go. Why you want my thing?
Make I carry this one join give you.
Give me, I go take go. I get two hands.
Okay, Celia. Hasta la vista, baby. Come on, let's do it. Baby, let's go.
I bring the cake. Bring the knife.
Yes.
Bring the knife. Akwesi Broni. Is it Broni or Boni? Broni. Yevu. Just say Yevu. Akwesi Broni. Bringing our time to 7:46. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Today is the 8th of August, 2024. Your favorite Thursday morning panel is here. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, President and founder of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, and his good friend and brother and buddy, Sheikh Arimiao Shaibu. And this is the Arimiao we know, not the investigator. This one.
This Arimiao is not Anas.
Hashtag, this Arimiao is not Anas. And he speaks for the National Chief Imam. Sheikh, salam alaikum. Blessings to you. Shalom, Reverend.
Peace.
How are we all?
Doing very well.
Awesome.
I only felt sad last week.
Yes.
I missed.
You missed your man.
So when I came and I didn't see his car, in fact, I got frightened.
I'm fully back home.
He's back home.
And meet the family a little. Remember, my wife and children are still in the UK, so they are either here or I'm there.
Yes.
So we want to spend some time together. And
talking about the UK, this is a bit of there's not a bit, a lot of youth protests, anti-immigration strikes, just demonstrations. What's going on? What's the latest so far?
You know, It has a background. Coincidentally, this whole incident started on the day of my wife's birthday, 29th of July. Whilst we were having her birthday, of course, a surprise birthday that I was even surprised by her friends and my siblings that did that. We had a call that in the southern part, a young man of about 17 years old, I believe, who has a psychological problem, took a knife and slashed 3 children.
How many?
3 children.
Yeah, 3 girls, right?
3 girls, 3 Caucasian, white, proper, Oyibo white ladies.
Killed them.
Killed them.
They all died.
4 years, 7, 8 years, and 9 years. They
And
all
the throat.
died. And beyond that, over 15 people were injured. People who tried to rescue them were injured. And so remember, in every situation, there are people who take advantage of it. The far right people quickly took advantage of it. And initially, they saw it as a terrorist attack. So the first instinct was to attack our Islamic and Muslim brothers. Then National Security, of course, FBI and MI15 and Scotland Yard came up and opened up to that. No, this has nothing to do with terrorism, but it rather had to do with a black person. So then they took up and started attacking all immigrants.
Wow.
Now, it went from place to place. And remember, this whole thing about social media easily catches up. So these were picking up, this group was picking up. By the time they realized they've gone on the street, they really vandalized a lot of migrants. And people whose home were invaded into. But I must say this, I respect the British. Sheikh and Kafui, I respect the British. The Secretary of State, of course, the Home Office Secretary of State, Yvette Cooper, got up quickly. The deputy Prime Minister picked up. The Prime Minister picked up, and the Met is the Metropolitan Police. The Met took charge. And so immediately about 150 people were arrested.
Sharp.
Ringleaders. Jail, straight away. You know, something that we lack in Ghana.
The speed, eh?
The speed, we lack it in Ghana. Straight away, between that time and the next 3-4 hours, somebody has been given 3 years jail, somebody has been given 30 months jail, somebody has been given 30 months jail. You wake up, the nonsense will clear from your face.
Inside the cooler.
And then the good news today is that even though they plotted and earmarked certain places, there were also individuals who are state goodwill ambassadors who got up and also formed a club and went on the peaceful march that hate is not allowed in their community. Racism is not allowed in their community. And that they don't want people to take advantage of an issue that could have been solved. So as we speak now, though, as at yesterday morning, the situation is counter. The people, there was some of the videos that didn't come out. And of course, I've been in touch with them constantly, because don't forget, my wife and children, my siblings are all there in Great Britain. And coincidentally, I just came back. It started just before I left. And so I was following it. And I must say, I commend the British people for those who were human enough, those who understood humanity enough to have stood and said no. A place like Wathamstow, just before the protesters got there were a group of about 5,000 people who gathered and said no hate speech is allowed in this community. And that is what has created a balance. So as we speak now, even though the situation is a little bit tensed, there's a little bit stability. But let me also say this to all foreigners, especially Ghanaians or black people who have this color of mind there. Be very mindful. There are a lot of people who take advantage. I studied in Budapest and also came to study in London. And I know there are few people who take advantage of situations like that to vandalize, abuse, and really attack black people. If you have nothing doing in town and you can avoid going to town, please do avoid it. The time is a very volatile time, and there are a lot of mad people incised by wickedness and the enemy, and they can harm you easily. I've seen certain people's cars being vandalized because they are black people and they are immigrants. But let me also put on record that I'm proud of the British leadership. How the Prime Minister stood up, how the Deputy Prime Minister stood up, and especially young Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, she did not mince her words at all, that anybody who treacherously goes beyond the law should be dealt with. We also pray that people will be disciplined enough not to get to a place where the immigrants will also take charge, because places like Birmingham and Manchester and Wolverhampton and the likes, the Midlands, there are a lot of wild people there. If you take some of these things to places like Brixton and Peckham and others, it will be fire for fire. And I don't think we need that in Britain at all. Please let us safe. And I want to also assure family members here in Ghana that by the grace of God, the situation is calmed, not like it is before.
Thank you very much. Of course, family is key, so you want to have those. It stands to reason that will be top of your mind. But thank you for giving us a picture of what was going on, and most importantly, the response to.
And the gentleman who killed the killed the 3 girls come from Rwanda.
Yeah,
but he was born in Great Britain. He was born in Cardiff. So of course, it's a British citizen.
British citizen, of course.
Yes. But his parents come from Cardiff, and truly they were not Muslim. They were rather Christians. Yeah. In fact, the father's first name is even Christian. And so it's this whole notion about anything evil has come from the Muslim Islamic background. And I'm not saying this because Sheikh is here. Sometimes a few silly people take advantage of the tag, and they undermine the entire credibility of certain religious leadership. And I think that is not acceptable. Yeah. And we must, from now, look at things holistically, so we don't tag people and let them lose their credence of what they stand.
That's true. And especially for immigrants, people of you want to be on the right side of the law, because like the disgraced sprinter Ben Johnson, the one who was caught with drugs after running a very fast 100-meter race.
They show you where you come from.
When he flew from Canada to the Olympic Games, he was a Canadian. Returning, he became a Jamaican.
Yes, because Jamaican-born Canadian.
Where your roots are from. When you misbehave.
Yes.
When you do well, they take the citizenship. Yeah,
no, but it's humanistic. Success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan.
Big time orphan.
Success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. Once you succeed, people want to identify with you. Yeah. When you fail, nobody will British Journal, and we are accepted. In fact, those of us who serve as fellows of the Royal Society of Arts, which I serve on, and when you do write an article and it does not go well, your place of birth is shown to you.
Originally a citizen of Ghana, that kind of thing. Thank you so much, Rev, for that, for what's on your mind. Sheikh, what's on your mind this morning?
Well, what preoccupies my mind this morning is that we are going to organize our annual National Catholic and Muslim Leaders Dialogue meeting.
Okay.
And for me, it's so important. It's coming at these very critical times. Because election is coming, and we want to explore and examine what role religious leaders can play in using their common values, joint action, to ensure that we'll make a contribution towards the preservation of the peace, and drawing attention to what we think is also going wrong. In the midst of the tension that we know is rising, in the midst of campaign of provocation, hate speech, and intemperate language, in the midst of systems that lack the trust of the public, and you hear public statements that have been made related to elections and so on and so forth. That keeps on, raising the temperature of our pre-election environment. It gives us so it's a unique opportunity for me that we could meet and reflect on what we think as religious leaders we could do to also make a contribution and indeed make religion, like Reverend is saying. I mean, for me in this world, if religion is confined only to the mosque and to the church and cannot make it into contribution and sanitize society, and to care for the less fortunate in society and so on, and show God's compassion as experienced in human domain, it makes for me religion so dry and empty of any substance. And so I'm happy that we will be doing that this morning together with the Cali Bishops Conference, and hope that we'll be able to come out with some good views about what we all need to contribute to the peace of our country.
Okay, and it's happening again?
Oh, yeah, this is the third edition.
Okay.
The Catholic Business Conference is hosting it this. Yeah, it has become an annual something. And so it's been hosted this time by the Culinary Business Conference.
Okay.
At also here.
The date again?
Today.
Today, live.
Yeah,
so from here.
Just from here,
you're going there.
Prepare.
Awesome.
And then and get there. Are you going to prepare again?
We are prepared. So that's what is on the minds of my guests. What's on the minds of a lot of people who are looking to enter into the security forces agencies is that there's recruitment into the agencies, security services recruitment, front page of today's Ghanaian Times. If you go to graphic.com, it's there as well. And security experts are worried or concerned. They want only qualified people to be recruited. There are 4 of them in the middle page of today's Ghanaian Times: Mr. Kumado, Dr. Festus Obin, Dr. Adam Bona, Professor Vladimir Entridan. So they've called for transparency and professionalism in the selection of personnel for various security services following the announcement of upcoming enlistment. I've seen adverts for fire service recruitment, Ghana police, immigration as well, and prisons. So, and for those, and there was also a message for those who wanted to enter the police in 2021 but couldn't. They're also going to be part of this. So that's going to be a real backlog of people. But just your thoughts on this recruitment, and it's something that political parties always promise their supporters. When it comes to power, we'll give you slots, and then it makes analysts wonder whether the recruitments are genuine or it's just for party boys and girls. So now everything is in the papers. As I've seen today's Daily Graphic, a couple of adverts, Times as well. Just your thoughts on the recruitment. It's quite a big topic for those who want jobs.
I have always said that it's very sad that in this day and age, our recruitment to the security services can become political. When it becomes partisan-minded, it doesn't make us have people who are very open-minded. I watched the inquiry during the leak tape of the IGP, and I felt very sad for Ghana. I felt there were a lot of very irresponsible statements that were made in Parliament by people I expect to know better and who have achieved certain ranking in police, boldly declaring their stand for certain political parties. And I thought that was one of the absurdity I listened to. I felt very sad because I thought that at this stage we should be matured enough to know that once you are put and placed in certain positions in society, you rise beyond partisan politics. Because whether we like it or not, if the security services are politically placed in the box, they can't be right. They can't be genuine. They have to sing the song and the tune of the player of the song. And that is why I think we should be very helpful, mindful. Besides that, if you look at the dates, if we are talking about 2021, 2022 till now, it means there are people already in the pipeline. So what happened to the people now?
Yeah.
So those are very things we should look at very carefully. We should not be like at this now with recruitment of our security services. Because
they are saying persons who applied in 2021 recruitment exercise and are still interested and qualified should submit their details.
Now, look at it even at this way. Age is very important.
Yes. You have to be between 18 and 28 if you have a WASI qualification. For those who have degrees, you can't be more than 35.
So if at that time you went for it, the age is beating you, people will still be pushing. So I think we have to be careful. We have to look at some of this thing holistically because our nation is being torn. And that is why we have so many indisciplined security personnel in the community. You have so much indiscipline in the army, indiscipline in the police. There are certain things you see certain police people do and you wonder what they do. They don't even have the code of ethics. And some people, because of who pushed them into the police force, it makes them very reckless. And so I think we have a responsibility. There should be a proper procedure that will guide and let everybody toe the line so that when people get into these services, they will know they went there by merit and not because they were considered.
Let me read what the advert is saying for the police. You say, deadline for submission of the required details is Tuesday, 13th August, so next week. You'll be contacted for the next phase. There's body selection and inspection of documents, medical examination, background check, vetting of certificates. If you don't have any undesirable background, they will invite you for training. You are responsible for your own transportation, feeding, and accommodation throughout the recruitment exercise. You will bear the cost associated with vetting and medical examination. Then they say what? The Ghana Police Service is an equal opportunity employer. Note that there are no middlemen in the recruitment process, and the advertised vacancies are not for sale. Any person found parading as an agent or middleman or pays or receives money to act and as such is liable for arrest and prosecution. Persons who deal with such people do so at their own risk. And there's a special addendum for those who present fake and false documents. They will arrest you and prosecute you. Yeah. Affidavits and documentation for change of date of birth shall not be accepted. So they're covering all the bases. Because age issues, certificate issues, middleman issues. So it's all right there in the
Unfortunately, we are still in Ghana. And it's human beings that feed in the thing. And remember the act that said garbage in and garbage out.
Yeah.
So that is why we have to be very mindful, because this is the very nerve. Security is the nerve of every nation.
Yeah.
And if the nerve is not controlled properly, our safety is compromised.
Okay. Sheikh, your thoughts on the ongoing recruitment exercise into the
as
city?
Reverend was speaking, I sent my mind far away reflecting. And what came into my mind is by word of illustration.
Yes.
Can you imagine what happens if a four-lane highway comes to a point where it is reduced into one lane?
Unadulterated chaos.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So four reduced into one lane. So you all meet now. Now you all want to enter that one lane. Though you all came on very comfortable, four-lane, drive. And
it becomes a Darwinian struggle.
Exactly. So, and then that is when the tendency is to see drivers who drive on the shoulders of the road.
Yes.
Everybody looking for a very easy way to enter, because we must all reach our destination. And in the desperation, in the frustration, you find people, going and doing the wrong thing. Yeah. So one will want to question if there was a backlog. What explains that backlog? Were there a period in this country where we didn't need to recruit people within the security service, that we could have done it without this pressure? Is there any good explanation why this backlog? And then all the time people are qualifying, and then the employment situation is so worsening and continue to worsen, that probably the security is seen much more as some
stable place.
A stable place for one. So all the young people,
they want to go there. Opportunities for travel, because you can get posted abroad,
and so on and so forth.
Training.
And because of the constricted nature, the issue of these middlemen. Like Reverend said, we are Ghanaians, so we know what it means. Connection men. And then also, it also creates a situation where, whom you know, it's not about merit.
No.
I'm sure, Reverend, you would have received calls. People
are calling you.
People have come to the chief imam.
This police thing.
They come and they. Want very influential. They think you are influential, or you are politically well placed.
They want you to facilitate.
Sometimes people think I'm very close to the vice president, and so in fact, I hear you are very close to the.
That's what they tell you.
Yes, and I tell them, look, if you hold my neck now, on my phone, what I have the vice president's number, but I'm saying it in public.
if they hold your neck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, strangulate me that, look, one from me,
release the number. You don't have it.
Release the number, and I give my phone to you. Go through what you say.
Or maybe you save it as possible.
But, no, I mean, I'm BBC, so even this phone, you know, yeah. But I mean, somebody who respects me very well when we meet and so on and so forth. Yeah, yeah. But the impression, and so then you will see this pressure. You know, I mean, you have to use your influence.
So how do you deal with pressure like this when people are mounting serious pressure on you to connect them?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there are those I ignore. I mean, sometimes I will tell you truth. I will tell you the truth that, look, the way you are seeing me, I'm not like that. Right. And sometimes I have begun telling people I'm even now extra cautious coming too close to politicians.
Yes.
But I have begun telling people because you easily get labeled.
Yes.
You are seen as a favorite somewhere, and so on and
so you consciously and intentionally just with.
Yeah. Sometimes they will call. I'll say, okay, you wait. I'll see what I can do, and. You come, I give some of my excuse. Sometimes I make an attempt. If I don't get a response, I tell you, wait, I have not had any response.
Yeah.
But this practice of whom you know, that is not so much on merit.
But just a connection.
That, look, I'm a Ghanaian. I qualify to be employed. This is a young man. He qualifies to be employed by all standard. Why does he need reverend?
Sure, because people say that money always changes hands.
That is the problem.
When you want to get, you have to pay.
Sometimes, apart from the money, if the person doesn't have money, he wants to see, Nukafi is influential. So it is he. And then once you pick your phone and call, oh, this is my cousin. I mean, so. Okay, let's see. But that young man who doesn't have anybody to talk for him, has anybody to talk for him, neglected, dejected, somebody, what he qualifies. I think we really must do something about it and improve the situation such that people on their merit. And that's why the danger we are now in is that because if you are in government, you have the opportunity to really bring on the people. And you leave them in the system when you are out of government. Now, the one in the next government comes, also he makes recruitment in favor of its support because it's patronage.
Yes.
And the situation we are now is that I have been told, I'm not too sure, that even all our security services are polarized.
Very much so.
On this thought, let's jump onto the lines right now to speak to somebody who may give us even more insights into that. He's a security analyst. His name is Emmanuel Kutin. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. Security services, recruiting, police, immigration, fire, prisons, and there are concerns about the need for the recruitment to be transparent. Mr. Kutin, what do you say about this particular development?
Good morning, Kafi, and very good morning to your cherished listeners.
Good morning.
In fact, I think that we need to bring sanity in our security. And first of all, we need to depoliticize the process. You realize that the commissioners who are in charge in most of our security service today, they completed school, went for recruitment exercises in the open, and they were taken. They didn't even know anybody. But today it's not the case. And you know the danger, Kaf. As we sit, we have our security services that are too polarized, like my brother mentioned. You have the NDC and the NPP, because some entered under the NDC regime, and there are others who entered through the NPP regime. So promotion is shrouded in that manner, and that is not so healthy for our democracy. Look, Kafi, since NPP took power in 2017, we had only one major recruitment that was announced across board. Subsequently, any form of passing of our security recruits, they claim that they are recruiting from the cohort of 2017. Is that really fair? So if I turn 18 or 20 and I qualify in 2018, 19, 20, 21, what happens to me? We have more or less denied qualified Ghanaians the opportunity to serve the country. And I see our recruitment in the security services today as an avenue for employment. People don't really go to the services because they so desire, because there are no jobs opportunities and sitting home. Politicians push these people through, and they even come out on platform to boast the number of people they have helped to join the security services. And sadly enough, no one is talking about this. And the protocols they give, you go and check. And my brother Doku will agree. They give chiefs protocols. They give members of parliament protocols if your government is in power. It's even alleged that in the current circle, each of the parliamentary candidates of the NPP is given 10 slots. And you see these 10 slots, instead of translating into the constituencies to bring these regional balances we are talking about, some of them fairly. Kathy, how questionable is it that a young man who has finished school, wants to serve his country, will pay 15,000 cedis to get recruited? How questionable is that? That recruit you are bringing, what is it coming to do? To begin with, you have taught the person the fundamentals of corruption. That's why our security agencies today, especially the police, you see them on the roads. If you come to East Legon where I live, Kathy, it's so pathetic. You turn here police, they are always on the road checking cars. Is that the only crime in this country we need to fight? And it takes it down from the recruitment process. And I can't help but agree with my brother Tupu that, look, we have gotten to a point as a country, we must call a spade, sanitize the system, and depoliticize the recruitment processes to begin with. And let adverts come from the security agencies like we are seeing the immigration advertising, the police advertising, the prisons and others. So the question we need to be curious about is, this is an election year, is that not it? Yeah. Why is it that all the security agencies are recruiting about the same time?
At the same time.
If there is not an agenda, what happens to the other years? We never had formal publications inviting eligible Ghanaians who want to join any of these security services. So I think that sometimes we have to be patriotic and take a step back and look at our own actions, that the things we are creating today, tomorrow if the tables turn and same things have been perpetuated, will you be happy about it?
Emmanuel, you've raised a lot of questions, timing, transparency, and we'll just see how this goes. But thank you so much for your insights into the recruitment issues, security services recruitment, front page of today's Ghanaian Times. Enlistment must be transparent, concerns of various security experts, and our own Emmanuel Coutinho also has added his voice to it, bringing up also the issue of timing, why now, and backlog of those who are qualified 3-4 years ago, what happens to them. Are you somebody who is excited about these recruitment drives? Do you want to join the police, or immigration, or fire service, or prisons? Do you really want to be a prisons officer, or you're just going for a job? Want to know, 055-556-1034. I know, growing up, though, some of the people in our class who said, we didn't ask them, what do you want to be in future? I want to be a police officer. I want to join the army. It was a dream from back then. Is that your dream? Is your dream about to become a reality, or you're still thinking, Ghana, if I apply, I need to find somebody, I need to go and call Reverend to sort me out with the connection. Rev, how do you deal with pressure yourself? Because I can imagine that you are getting calls.
And sometimes, yesterday evening, I had a chat with a policeman. I was very sad. Policeman says he doesn't want to be a guard.
He doesn't want to be
a guard.
Okay.
He wants to sit in the office, in the charge office.
He wants to sit in the charge office.
Or he wants to go on patrol. Now that is very clear that when you go on patrol, you might get some tips. And when you sit in the charge office, it's possible you get some trip. But maybe if you go on guard at the bank, who is coming to give you a tip there? Or in somebody's house or somebody's station, who's going to come and take that? So even the mindset.
He says he doesn't want to be a guy.
Even the mindset of entering the police itself has a question mark. And so when we are confronted with that, we all get, we have family members and friends and relatives and people who think that you are connected in love. And so they come, the clout you carry. And sometimes even the people that are brought to you don't know what they want. They really don't know.
Yeah,
they just
but when you ask them,
immigration, you don't know. Yesterday, I interviewed a lady in the morning. They're very interesting. She wants to go to one of these security agencies.
Wow, they've moved quickly.
And I asked, why do you want to be there? She said, because of the way they dress. If it's just
the uniform.
If it's just because of the way they dress,
then be a model.
It's why you want to go there. Then go and look for a modeling dress and then put on like that.
Yeah,
so the whole idea is just distorted.
Isn't the recruitment supposed to weed out all these people? Because when you get to the interviews, they will ask you, what are your motivations?
Unfortunately, protocol undermines the things. And let's face it.
That's a big deal.
When we even talk about people being given incentives in this country of ours, including national awards, are politically motivated. I see people taking national award from leadership or the political divide, and sometimes you think that, oh, this man or this woman who is getting this award, there are people who have done much more better and deserve to be sung, unsung heroes, but it goes to wrong hands. And so we need a consensus approach to this. Ghanaians in general must begin to come together. We need collective agendas and ideas to promote our nation. Because if we don't take care, this, and let me say this again, the security service is the nerve of the nation. If we have people who are irresponsible, people who are lazy, people who got there because of whom they know and who they are connected to, they will not work properly. And I've seen it. I am seeing it so much.
And you were just touting the British system that was able to grab people so quickly, deal with issues, impartially.
In 3 hours, people were in jail. So the nonsense will stop. If you notice that your friend Kojo has just been sentenced to 3 years in prison,
you hang up your boots.
So you know that it's a bull of you. Nobody will tell you that you yourself, you advise yourself, in fear. But in this community of ours, and there's another issue that I think I'm digressing a little, that we need to talk about, that I'm very concerned about, this issue of the judicial holiday. These holidays, and I had a chat with former Chief Justice Georgina Wood over the weekend, and also had a chat with lawyer Amaka Matefiu. Fortunately, they were in the program where I was preaching, I was ministering, so I confronted them with this question. And they couldn't have agreed with me better. They felt like what I was saying makes sense. That these judicial holidays were instituted during the colonial days. It was the British, the white man, who was the Supreme Court judge, who was the High Court judge, who was the Appeal Court judge. So between the month of July, August, September, it's summertime. That is when they want to go on holidays. In the early days, there was no flight that would take you 6 hours from here to London. They have to go by... So it takes a minimum of about 2 weeks. And so they take 3 months leave to go, and the courts are shut down. But in this day and age where there's development, I think we should modify it. And it's something I'm really appealing with the Chief Justice. Contrary to it, I heard the Chief Justice made a statement. I know she made that statement to make the other judges happy, but let's look at it holistically. It stays it. Cases stays too long in Ghana. The land cases and certain cases that could have been dealt with just like that, postponement. And of course, if you are saying that the judicial, and let me say this, my father was a High Court official. So this is something that even as a young boy, I've always spoken about that. Why would you go on holiday from the month of August all the way to October? When other people can work, at least they should go on leave. So at least it will be given to somebody around. But certain cases are now put on hold until sometime late October before it's handled. and it make it still
3-month holiday.
Yes.
Yeah,
it delays judgment. It delays judgment.
Now we go by plane.
Yes. So I think that was a colonial
legacy.
Yeah. We should, we've come of age. Yes. We should grow out of it. And I plead with you all. And I'm happy I sent a caveat that my father was a court official. And so I understand that liberty. But I think it's about time we grow out of that. And I would rather urge the Ghana Bar Association and Judicial Services and the Chief Justice Office and the entire legal system to see how that thing can be modified. So that there are a lot of cases that should be dealt with now. As I'm talking now, I have sued Kwekwana.
The guy who was messing up with your...
It's still hanging.
I have. And it must go to court because you can't take people's hard-won
reputation for granted.
Meanwhile,
this is the judicial holiday.
Yes, and it's about time that certain people know that this whole thing that is happening to Ghana Sheikh, somebody sit down on social media and you take somebody's name and then you want to just go and scratch it. No, people must go to court. Once we start taking people to court for the nonsense they do, then they will know that you wake up and people will learn lessons. And as a matter of fact, I don't care. Even if it is a death, and don't give it to them as a gift. It's not the money. Sometimes certain things must be corrected. And certain people have started, and it's about time that people are brought to book. This whole nonsense about, because somebody is a journalist, he can get up at all and say, I'm investigating, I'm this. I mean, there are people who are investigative journalists that you see their result. There are people too who are taking advantage. It's blackmailing. It's blackmailing. It's undermining people's hard-earned reputation, and we must really listen. And I'm really going to do this because, Kafui, in the Bible, Sheikh, something happened to the apostles. There's a gentleman called James. He was stoned to death, and nobody bothered. Stephen. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Stephen was stoned to death, and nobody bothered. Because of that, they jump on other apostles. So if we can just insult them anyhow, there are people who you look at them so irresponsible and say 99% in Ghana are thieves, are crooks, 99 leaders. You can't say this. These are the fathers of the land. And hear me, Kafui and Sheikh, I will not miss my words on it, but for the religious leadership in Ghana, Ghana would have been like Rwanda. It is the Christian leaders and the Muslim leaders that you saw that keep talking, and we are the people that, and these same very people, when they get sick and they get to hospital and they die, they look for us.
To come and pray.
To come and pray. And to even bury them. Their family members chase us up. Yesterday, there was a very funny thing that happened. I was ministering in a program. And Okatiche was there. And then he said he doesn't go to church because of certain people who don't respect God. But people like me, who they call fathers and this, they reverted. And then he started singing. He was singing more than my choir leaders sing. So as I can say, you see, you don't go to church. But you see, but for the church, you would not be standing here today emceeing this program. So sometimes we seem to easily forget about where God has brought us from. And we must be careful. I'm taking this decision purely, not just to clear my name, to set an example that you cannot take the leaders for granted. Hear me. The work Archbishop Duncan Williams have done, the work Dr. Menson Tave have done, the work Bishop Dagwood Mills has done, the work Lawrence Tete have done, the work some of you have done. Some of them don't even know how to watch their homes. Pastor Sudanaba, I was with Pastor Sudanaba in London 4 days today, just before I came here. We stayed together alone. We had a good time. And we talk about some of these things. And it's like, it is not acceptable. And I'm happy that the apostolic leadership, I'm very happy that I'm taking this decision. I must take some people through the gutters. We'll go and wash into the Odo River, go into the Chemo, walk into the Kole. When we come out, you see how stupid and how nonsense certain things must stop. Otherwise, Sheikh, people's hard-won reputation have been
tarnished. And
you know, some of us have international recognition. So when people, and we live in this global village, when people read it, so I'm going all out. I am going all out. And I promise you pastors, who when they come and they blackmail you, you go and bribe them to stop the nonsense. Let me emphasize this again. I'm not recommending you to go and be a womanizer or go and mess up. But if you've not raped a woman, it is not criminal. Some of you, a lot of people are coming and say this, you've done this to me, you've done that. It's not criminal. Number two, if you've not done money laundering, it's not criminal. If you've taken offering in your church, it's your right to take offering in your church. It's not criminal. So don't let people use their little-mindedness to blackmail you. And it is all malicious. You'll be surprised, a lot of the people who claim they are doing investigative thing, they are rather doing for bribery. Blackmail. And it's blackmail. And sometimes some of the things I'm hearing now is very scary. So I am encouraging all of you, if you the laws of Ghana works. If somebody undermines your hard-won reputation, take them to the law court. Once people are brought to book, they will know that certain things is not acceptable. And I promise you, I've promised my wife, I've promised my family, I've promised my siblings. In fact, my sister, who is head of chambers in Middle Temple, Lady Give the same, I'm all with you. The good thing is that in my house, we have lawyers in the house. And they think this noise must. And what people don't realize is that we are family members whose family members love very much and cherish. We are their icons. So you cannot take us to the cleaners and assume they'll be happy. And so it's about time. I'm going out. Somebody called me last day, but you preach on the dangers of offense. Why don't you offend? No, that's all. In the Bible, there were times somebody was slapped. They said, thank the other side for the place to be slapped. But there's also a place in the Bible that says, give, and it shall be given unto you. Press down, shaking. You won't believe it. There's a gentleman who really attacked me big time. And the person's own wife called me. And the thing is said, if certain people know what I know now, they'll put their hands on their head like this. Because I think it's about time we let the nonsense stop. And so it's something, and I'm urging, I'm happy I'm saying this on national TV. There are certain things we have now on certain people who claim they know certain things. And I'm happy I have those details. Let's all go to the court and sit down at the court there and let us get it clarified. The nonsense must stop.
Dr. Lawrence Tete there, taking his case all the way to the logical conclusion.
I mean, going back to this issue of security thing.
Yes.
And I'm saying this to all the political parties. I mean, potential presidents, and their political parties. Can anyone imagine that you come to power and you have a military, half of which is not loyal to you? Or you have a police service that is of doubtful loyalty to the government. Half of the population within the security, for example, happen to have doubtful loyalty. You cannot trust them because you have done and the other party has done. And what does it imply for the security of our country? Can you imagine that going to the battlefield with a military that is not battle ready in the mind?
They don't support the commander-in-chief.
Exactly.
Half of them.
Yes.
Reduce strength immediately.
I mean, because with the commander, you must the loyalty of the military behind him is an assurance. That is why it is possible to even shoot and kill anyone whose loyalty is doubtful.
Yeah, traitors.
Traitors. You see it. So I want to really advise our politicians to allow the system to operate, to work, and to avoid this kind of politics of patronage. And that has become a bait by which we attract the support of the grassroots. For me, that is what I see here.
So they have a word for it.
Yes.
Protocol must stop.
I mean, that's that sort of thing. That sort of thing. And I think Honorable Kumbo, Honorable Kumbo has a way he put it. I hear his jingles played, for example, if you use protocol and you recruit somebody who is not qualified as a nurse,
you're in trouble.
Then when you go to the hospital and you are given the wrong injection,
don't complain.
Don't complain. Don't complain.
Yeah. That's just a great point on which we can get some messages from Thelma. And after I'll tell you a short story before we go. Short story. Okay. Thelma, what's up?
Very well.
Yes,
good morning. Good morning, Kaf. Good morning, Sheikh and Reverend. Welcome back to the table. Our message is on the board 055 55 61034.
Write that down. Save that in your notebook. Good morning. My name is Kobe. I qualified for the military, but didn't get the opportunity to serve. Meanwhile, one of my friends didn't qualify, but now he's a military officer. I'm not saying this to compare, just sharing my own experience. Kobe, jabs landed is all I can say. More messages on our screen. Osankide saying, fellow Ghanaians, let's not forget what JDM. Have we talked about JDM and his people today? Okay, so we go nicely on to the next segment. Good morning. Please, I know you two are examples of unity between Muslims and Christians. Preach peace to the whole world, especially what is happening in Israel and Palestine. It should be a thing of the past. Ghana is known. So if the two of you go to the UN and appeal to them, they will hear. I watch all these.
Can we take up that?
I like the way they have that confidence in themselves.
Go to the UN and appeal. And they'll listen to you.
Yes. Please hold my hands again. I think we agree. We'll go.
We commit to that.
Yes. We'll go.
This one says all that is said in the newspapers is just the public, but there will be a protocol list coming from the big men themselves. So why am I saying this? I've tried myself on so many occasions, but was not chosen. But I'm the one to break through, though it's politics for us, basically, is what it's saying. Here is another perspective. One of our viewers is sharing a message on the policeman who doesn't want to be a guard. How many police guards at various banks has been killed in recent years? So it's not necessarily about getting tips, but being where it's safer. So a response to what Reverend was saying.
You're supposed to be acclimatized to danger.
Yes, but
that's your training.
I think that is the security is operation.
The security guy who wants to be safe.
Yes.
But your safety is important because, mind you, you're entitled to safety.
You don't decide where you want to be.
Exactly.
Okay, so perhaps my last message. Perhaps the last one I'll take on the screen cap on the recruitment.
He's making reference to a mindset.
Yes.
A mindset of a certain police person. Why he thinks that going to be on a guard because he thinks it's
more
not
dangerous.
He doesn't gain
because he wants to go where he wants to go, which is
comparing it to when he's in a road and the tendency to take bribes is there, so he comes out with a booty. But here he might not.
Here's one about scams. Frank says, I think all this recruitment is a scam. In fact, it was my passion to be a police officer, striking force. Since 2012 till date, I've not been given a chance. So some took my 5,000 Ghana cedis back in 2012 and chopped it. With this passion, when my age was not acceptable with my qualification, I decided to go for a degree for me to be recruited. I even bought 2 forms, police and prisons, wrote the exams for both, only to realize that they have already closed because of protocol. It's a pity. That will be my last message. But thank you for sending them to us. We appreciate it. I'll be sitting down later to talk to the Minister for Education on issues pertaining to happenings in the sector.
Thank you so much, Thelma. Before we go, 2 minutes. So I have a friend who is a police officer serving. He said he used to go on patrols, and then anytime he was on a patrol duty at night, somewhere in the Volta region, there was this particular officer who kept smiling at him. You know, he would be on patrol, and this man is smiling, fellow officer. So, another time, yes, smiling. Then he goes, officer, I see that you're always smiling, and I don't understand what's happening. You know what the man said? We are all now on the same team. It turns out that this man was like a criminal who was wanted elsewhere.
Samaba.
And got himself recruited into the system, and he's now telling you that we are now on the same team.
Yeah. And that's the risk. And there are times, I mean, I think there are evidence. I hope I don't have the but sometimes either by coincidence, I mean, criminals have been recruited into the security system.
So we've got to be able to winnow these people out through correct recruitment.
Seriously, and the integrity of the security for me is so important. Look, Kafui, I mean, these security things should not be taken for granted. I mean, as we are all here, we want to feel secure as we work for any other place.
We don't want a guard out there who thinks that he shouldn't be here, he should be on the road. And so when there's a problem, he will not even think about securing us.
Sheikh and I are ambassadors for the national security.
Yes.
Say something.
Say something. Yes. I'm with you too. Have you left?
Yes, it's true. It's true. Say something. So we have work to do.
We have work to do.
Safety is very important.
Very much
from
so.
an international point of view.
Yes.
If somebody is coming to invade this country, now the three of us here, our faces are known as national security.
Say something.
So before we go, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Hekafwe. Happy birthday to
Pastor Hilda, come and pray for him quickly. Come.
Happy birthday to you. Your bass is good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
I brought Pastor Hilda to come
Sheikh,
and pray.
you have a great bass. What a bass. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. May God bless you now.
Now pray.
So I pray for you in the name of Jesus, thanking God for how far he has brought you. It is not by might, it is not by power, but it is by the grace of God. I pray that the Lord will continue to show you favor, show you mercy, increase you in every area of your life. And even as you journey into your next level, may his face continue to shine over your life in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Pastor Hilda, as she served with the Fair Wages Commission, and she came on pension about 2 years ago, but there's too much energy in her. So I said she should go back to work.
Pastor, thank you so much for the prayer. Reverend, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sheikh,
Congratulations.
I thank you a lot.
More blessings.
I love your voice.
Yeah, more blessings to your life.
Thank you, sir.
God's protection.
Amen.
Remove all your anxieties, your fears,
One
your
time.
worries of life.
One time.
Cast them out in 1 second.
Like that.
And open the door for you for more progress.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you so
grow
much.
in wisdom.
Thank you, sir.
Not just in age.
Very
And from
important.
today.
But I like the haircut.
Yes. I got the blessings. Thank you so much.
We are proud of
Reverend,
you.
thank you so much.
Yes.
That's our segment. We've got the conversation with the Education Minister coming up. Thank you so much, Pastor Hilda. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete. Thank you, Sheikh Arimia Shaibu. Thank you, all of you. We eat cake. We eat cake. Thank you. Oh, my people have left. Live from GBC.
Welcome back to GTV Breakfast. Thank you for staying on. We're glad that you're staying with us. Our partners are also glad to have you. Awake Purified Mineral Water, Virtual Sounds Lab located at Asylum Down in Accra and Medimoses Medical Center. I am Thelma Taki. On this segment today, we'll be focusing on pertinent issues in education. So the goal is to attempt to build the 21st century graduate with the requisite skills to meet the job market, especially in a digital age. Education Minister since 2021, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, has presented to the Ghanaian public the latest in terms of several key new bills and policies which would further the agenda to physically transform schools nationwide. It includes plans to make improvements to the curriculums such as the standard-based curriculum, the secondary curriculum, and also the STEM curriculum. He's been a key driver of STEM education in Ghana because he believes that that is the way to guarantee that the Ghanaian youth is ready for the future of work. This morning, we are privileged to be in the office of the Minister for Education, and he'll be answering some of our questions on issues pertaining to the sector. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum is also MP for the good people of the Bosomtwe constituency. Doc, thank you for making time and for having us in your office.
Thank you so much for coming to my office. I'm used to coming to your studio,
yes,
and today you are in my office.
Today we decided to pay you a nice, pleasant visit.
Thank you so much.
I would want to start off with some concerns by one of your key stakeholders, the teachers, the senior staff of the universities of Ghana, who have raised concerns about the lack of cooperation, perhaps, from the Ministry of Finance, authorizing the Controller and Accountant General to release some payments to them. I'm hoping that that issue has come to your attention. They are threatening to start a strike on Thursday, August 9. Are you helping them find a solution? Even though this is for Ministry of Finance, they are your key stakeholders.
Yeah, I think I'll take this opportunity to say a very good morning to our viewing audience. And what I would like to say regarding the strike is that they are my employees, and I'll do everything to make sure I'll follow up with my colleague, Minister of Finance, who has been very, very helpful to us, and to make sure we resolve any impasse that is currently there so that they can go about their work and do their work for the people of Ghana.
Transformation is the key thing as I read through the address that you delivered on the update on education in Ghana. It seems to be a structured list of things that you want to do, starting right from the formative years of a child's life, which is kindergarten and even the years before that. Now, most of the time, we are finding that the curriculum reforms that should emphasize early childhood education are very segmented, and they are very restricted to the schools that implement them. It's our grandmothers, really, who are operating these nursery schools, as we call them in Ghana. What is the plan to bring them into a formal structure that will meet international standard?
Thank you so much. You see, around the world, pre-kindergarten is not under the Ministries of Education. So invariably, the Department of Social Welfare, and the same thing applies in Ghana. So if you are talking anything before kinder, it's not under the Ministry of Education. However, we work cooperatively with the Ministry of Gender and Child Protection because they are the ones with the seized with authority to regulate that field. And as I speak with you, I've been given a copy of the early grades education policy that will regulate the pre-K space and even offer some insights and understanding as how you do early grades generally. So yes, you are right. I think the regulatory framework there must be strengthened. And you strengthen it to help even the provider. A provider who has a good heart and want to care for nursery children, when supported and provided professional development, sometimes at no cost to them, enables them to do a better job for the parents. They need to know the regulations in the area in terms of protecting the child from abuse and a whole lot of things, and also ensuring that they teach the child in a way that research says children should be taught. So I believe that we have to partner with gender and make sure that we can help streamline what takes place in the pre-kindergarten space.
the goal really at that stage is to foster creativity and imagination. So to help the children to build on confidences so that when they get into the active learning of literacy and numeracy, they will be able to perform in a better way. So at KG, what's our focus now? Is it still numeracy and literacy?
There's an element of numeracy and literacy, but I also know that we have something called the play-based curriculum, which is now being used in a number of schools, and it's just to help them build a confidence, as you said, and then begin their adventure on the numeracy and literacy. However, if you don't have the modern way, or you've not been taught how to do that, you may end up doing what they are supposed to do in primary one at the KG level. So yes, the confidence level, motor skills development is important, making sure there are certain words you want them to be able to know, there are certain letters they have to know. So it all begins from there. But you see, research has shown that children who get early grades education do better later on. In fact, in developed countries, they even look at the economic development, and they see that those who have the pre-K experience, those who have strong kindergarten experience, are more likely to succeed, even in life beyond school. So I think it's an area where we all need to pay attention to. And also, since the private sector may be participating more at that level, I think we have to help private sector to do the job better by equipping them, supporting them, providing them the research-based curricula that they can use. A number of people are doing Montessori kind of education at that level from the private sector mainly. And I think it's important that we support them to succeed.
Right. For foundational learning, in the document that you gave out to the public sometime last week, you talked about equipping teachers with modern teaching methodologies tailored for early childhood development. And that seems to be critical because many of the teachers who are teaching what we call nursery and pre-K are, senior high school leavers who may not necessarily have the requisite teaching skills to effectively impact knowledge to children at that age. What steps are being taken to remedy that, considering that most of them are in the private sector and not in public schools?
When you have schools in the private sector, generally, it's the NASIA, National Schools Inspectorate Authority, that regulates them and then support them. But when you are within the pre-K, you now fall under Department of Social Welfare. They are the ones that have authority to regulate schools in that space. So I think what is critical, based on the new policy that they are putting together, is to ensure that there's some level of collaboration so that the knowledge from the Ghana Education Service and what they've done is seamlessly transferred to social welfare. That even though that may not be the area, education may not be the area that they are focusing on, they are supervising schools and therefore have to get a skill set to enable them regulate that space appropriately. So I think it's going to be more of the collaboration, and that is what the new policy espouses as collaborating with GES and also social welfare as to how you regulate the pre-K space so that as you protect the children, you're also getting them prepared for life in kindergarten and beyond.
In kindergarten, we are improving literacy to improve outcomes. And the statistics is that in 2015, 2% of primary 2 learners could read at grade level and early grade, according to the early grade reading assessment. In 2022, 38% of primary 2 learners could read at grade level. And this is per the national standardized test that we started doing. Is this at par with what's going on internationally? Should we be happy that at primary 2, only 38% of our children are able to read?
You see, around the world, by grade 4, which is age 10, in developing countries, 90% of the students cannot read. Only 10% can read for understanding. This is a World Bank statistics, and they call it the learning poverty. In fact, they indicate that Africa is going to face a major learning crisis within the next 10 years because of just the sheer numbers of students who are not able to read for understanding by age 10 or primary 4. So if you look at the Ghanaian statistics, yes, 38 says 62 are still struggling, but it's better, way better than what we are seeing in developing countries around the world. But I don't like to default to the African mediocrity syndrome where when we are doing better than other African countries that we are happy that we are doing better. No. If other countries outside of Africa are doing better than us, then we have to say to ourselves, even though others have only 10% and we have 38%, it's still not good enough. And that is why you hear of us introducing what is called the communities of excellence, where we have this 90-90-90 plan. Our goal is that by age 10, by primary 4, 90% of Ghanaian children should read for understanding compared to 10% in other African countries or other developing countries. So we are not complacent with the 38. I think in primary 2 it's 56 at primary 4, which is way ahead of many countries in developing nations. But Ghana can do better. And that is why instead of 56 at primary 4, we want 90%. And that is why we are now training chiefs, queen mothers in the villages, assembly members to understand what the expectation is and to bring them together to support their schools. Chiefs that we've trained have committed to providing accommodation for teachers that will be posted to their community. They are taking charge once again. Once upon a time, the village chief and the community committee, they were the ones providing resources. They would build the schools and ask government to take over. Somehow, when government started taking over, then they just gave the responsibility to government and said, take care of it. So now what we are doing is that we say the community must be involved. The community must support the teacher. The community should ensure that they know what is happening in their schools. So when you talk about the primary 2%, this was information that was not disseminated to the community that were getting 0. If the chief of a village hears the data from the Ministry of Education, they jump and they say, how can we help? Because they know it's the future of their children at stake. Nobody can tell me they are more committed and care about children at Drobonso than the chief of Drobonso. But the chief of Drobonso must have the data to let him know that, Nana, in primary 2, only 20% of the students are reading. And they say, wow, so 80% are not reading. And then primary 4, Nana, this is what is going on. Then it becomes a partnership where the sense of urgency is emanating in intervention. It's a solution to a problem that the community has, and then it will be warmly embraced. And that is why then complementary education agency comes in. The old non-formal, now they are called complementary education agency. So in those communities where we started the community of excellence at 500 towns and village, then they come in to also provide literacy classes for the parents. What we decided to look was to look at the low-performing communities on the previous national standardized test and to bring intervention to them. Our goal is to roll it out throughout the country. Every child deserves this. The only issue is that we had limited funding from Big Win. It's an organization based in the UK. They gave us the money and the number of communities we could do.
How much are we talking about here?
I think about 500 towns and villages, but more schools. I'll have to check on the number of schools, but not less than 3,000 schools. Transformation means transformation of physical spaces too. Transformation also means making sure we have bachelor degree holders teaching. This is your typical school.
Okay.
Anywhere Ghana. Yellow buildings, brown and yellow buildings, where the students wear brown and yellow uniforms to match the building. This is your public school. At the junior high school level, we are moving from here to a different place, this. And of course, this is an architectural rendering. So somebody
it's an artistic
watching,
impression.
Yeah, somebody watching and say, oh, the politicians, election is coming, and they are talking about this and they will abandon it. Let's move on and see what we are doing around the country.
You built this?
Yes, a number of them.
This is a Jaben Model STEM JHS project.
Yes. So in this school, you have biology, chemistry, physics, labs. You have a STEM lab here. This is how you move junior high schools into the 21st century. This is how you get junior high school to move from that old building that was a relic of the past, middle schools, where we moved students by the stroke of a pen from being a middle school to junior high and never looked back and didn't do anything to change the space to make them truly secondary. So junior high schools by law are not part of secondary. They are part of basic.
How many students can be accommodated in this facility?
Students. So if you look at now, this takes about 1,200.
1,200.
So, yeah, so it takes about 7 junior high schools and put them into one space. And put them in a place where they have library, where they have biology, chemistry, physics labs. I started the first one in my constituency using the $1 million per constituency fund that various constituencies got through the Middle Belt Authority. So you go to Bosomtwe. This is a public junior high school.
What we're seeing on the screen now is a public. They've changed uniforms?
Yes. The community decided that parents met and decided the uniform they wanted. And this is a public junior high school teaching and learning environment. They have labs that were built by the Middle Belt Authority. This is a junior high school science lab built with funding from the $1 million per constituency. So what we did, and then you see a music class for junior high school students, library for junior high school students. So we are literally replicating what we've done at Bosomtwe. In all the new junior high schools, you're going to see a teacher who is very comfortable with the children seated around him.
So it's not a teacher in front of a class talking to
21st
students,
century
very
learning.
engaged conversations.
Yeah. Engaged in a conversation. Almost he's telling them a story and they are focusing on...
Help me to understand how this works. So this is for new junior high schools that will be built. What's going to happen for... That are being built. What's happening of this transformation?
You have them. It's coming. It's coming to a community near you. This is Sunyani. So Sunyani, the rich area, all the junior high schools, they are moving here. So across the chamber in the northern region.
Okay.
So, and then in remote communities where they don't have 5 junior high schools or 4 junior high schools and they have 2, we move them to this version of a junior high school.
There's a smaller version.
For communities with
1,000 plus.
Yeah. So communities this is about 500 to 600.
So these facilities will be used by a number of selected schools at the same time.
And you put them at a place where they walk, a walking distance in the town.
Okay.
Yeah, so like Kumewu, for example, in Ashanti region, they put it at the Kumewu Presby because that is in the central location and all the other students can walk there.
So it would mean that if you are a student in the Kumewu area, near where this model school is sited, from primary 6, when you are supposed to go to junior high, you move into the school?
Move here.
And what happens to the existing classrooms that the old schools have?
We're using it for adults education.
Okay.
So we're rehabbing them, rehabilitating them, and they become adult schools. If you look at it, this is Jitokoi in South Tong. And this is where they
basically
study.
A school under tree.
Yeah.
And something has been done about that?
Yeah, of course. This is the Jetokwe Basic School. This is the Saptong. This is where the students are going to be. It's not moving though.
Is it one of the communities that were affected by the Akosombo Dam spillage?
No, not this one.
Okay.
So you see this. This is where the students
used to learn.
Now they are moving into this space. This is what we call transformation. So the whole thing is not about just the cities, and we're also looking at, so in places like this, sometimes the primary and junior high school are together. This is Aza and Yellow Crobble. This is how their building is like, and now they have this. So in September, Aza MA Basic School is moving into a place.
So the new basic schools are now up to primary 6, and then there is a bigger building which does the JHS, with the idea to transition from JHS into SHS.
Yes, because the whole thing is that, you see, our Pre-Tertiary Education Act, which is going to be, we are going to change the Free Secondary Education Bill, things are going to change there. The Pre-Tertiary Education Act says that we have 2 years of KG, 6 years of primary, and 3 years of junior high, and they are called basic. The moment you say it's basic, what it means is that it's not secondary. It's not supposed to get what secondary education gets. So the junior high school, the whole thing is an anomaly. Because if you say it's junior high, why do you turn around to say it's not part of the high school? So it doesn't deserve anything that high school deserves. But around the world, you either do secondary education, lower secondary or junior high, and upper secondary or senior high, 6 years or 7 years. So effectively, we are one of the few countries in the world where secondary education is 3 years and not 6 or 7. And the moment you say this is not part of secondary, then they don't need a lab. They are not secondary.
You think that by saying what we call JHS 1, JHS 2 is part of basic school, we've denied those schools the infrastructure that they could have had to bring them up to secondary level?
There was no sense of urgency because we are saying they are not secondary. So the things that secondary does and gets, you don't provide it for them. Unless you go to a private junior high school. Then they have labs. They have libraries. The curriculum itself is great. If you look at the junior high school curriculum in Ghana, it's just like junior high school curriculum anywhere in the world, if not better. But the sad thing is that the junior high school then don't have the facility to do junior high school work. And students are not doing lab until they get to high school unless they went to a private school. Parents want the best for their children. If you provide the best environment, they will come. And the idea that they would run away from primary schools and reappear at the secondary school, they are rational human beings. But I seem to also say to myself, parents are paying taxes. Why is it that we can't guarantee them quality basic education that they would line up to sign up for? I don't think it's fair for a nurse to look for additional 30% of their income is spent on the education of their children at the kindergarten to junior high school level. We are being unfair to them. If you pay your taxes in other jurisdictions, when you pay your taxes, quality public schools are provided. So what we are doing is to show, look at Accra STEM Academy, East Legon, and you're going to get people line up to get into this school because it's so good. You see, East Legon from the TVET headquarters, the Galaxy is there, Ryan is there, and we're also there. We're going to show the country that public secondary education should not be, or public basic, should not be in dilapidated structures. After you pay your taxes, the government should provide you a quality learning environment so that you don't have to struggle to use 30%, 17 to 30% of your income to pay for your child's education. Your child's education should be the responsibility of the government. And it should be our responsibility to provide that quality learning environment.
Okay, so I'm saying
so that you don't
all
have
this.
to. So when you see this space and it's a public school, people will line up.
Okay,
so we'll change the storyline.
The infrastructure story is what you're telling us on the screen. But beyond brick and mortar, there's also the content. What's feeding into the curricula, this transformational change? We already have, stakeholders complaining that they don't have enough textbooks in the market.
Let me tell you, you can complain, but we are providing it. Maybe we haven't told them. Go to any Accra school, go to any Accra junior high school. I was personally involved. We sent the head teachers to the regional warehouse together with their district directors. They took the books straight from there into the schools.
So there's no textbook deficit?
No, I won't say there's no textbook, but we have textbooks. Core textbooks are in the classrooms. At the junior high school, yes.
Core textbooks, are they enough?
We use the enrollment numbers, so far as I'm concerned, it's enough.
I've heard some parents complain also that it seems that unlike before, when perhaps in my very recent days when we were in school, it was possible to pass textbooks of a certain class to the next child who was coming into that class. But now it's not the case anymore.
No, it's the private school proprietors who are doing that to the parents. So it's not public schools.
It's the private schools that are doing that.
I mean, the private school, every year they want them to buy, and it belongs to the student. So how can the school force you to leave the books there? So it's a school policy and not a government policy. In public schools, how can we buy books every year? We don't do that. Okay. When the books are there, the next grade, you take it. But in the private schools, I hear in some places, they give you a set of books to buy, and because it belongs to you, they can't force you to leave the books there for other group of children to take it. But if the school is very creative and innovative, they can get parents to literally lease the books instead of buying them. In September, October, people are going to jubilate here. They are going to leave their children in schools that they never imagined their children would be in. And that is going to be the Ghanaian story. So at that point, when the parents are here, they are not going to complain. They are going to thank government, and they are going to say, now it is worth paying taxes. The GES is doing a very good job at their science center, now STEM center, and they are training teachers as to how to teach these courses. So I think the most important thing is that when the equipment comes, for example, this lab that you see, teachers
robotics,
were taken to,
like.
yeah, it took the robotics. They took teachers to Israel to train them so that they can use the equipment. So professional development is one of the key principles for transformation. Professional development allowance that we've been paying to teachers, that is for them to determine how they want to train themselves. But the government is also doing more in the provision of now. So if you are doing this, teachers have to be trained.
Right. Let me just bring this in quickly before we move on to senior high school. At the basic level, the idea is developing, language skills. And a key part of our culture as a people is our language, the different languages that we have. How are we incorporating this crucial aspect of our culture into this transformational agenda? Are the local languages getting the same attention as the other subjects on the list?
At the junior high school level, yes. It's part of the curriculum. At the basic school level, you have a class in your language. So yes, nobody has, unlike in private schools, where in some private schools, they may not be doing more of that. In government schools, local language, your mother tongue is part of the courses that you do. At the BEC level, you have to offer one course in a Ghanaian language, whichever language that you choose to work on, or the school offer. So that to me is a challenge that we are having to address with private schools and not public schools. So in the private school area, we are now working with them to ensure that children at least have opportunity.
So even the lack of teachers for the local languages are being addressed?
You see, the thing is this, it's not the local languages, but there was this policy about teaching in the mother tongue, right? Now, when you do that, your greatest challenge is in metropolitan areas, in large cities. You go to a classroom with 17 languages spoken by the students. So English becomes the unifying force. So if you say that I want to do a local language and that instruction should be offered in the local language, the challenge you have is this.
Which local language? So the local language that is native to the community where the school is cited is what some have suggested. I'm guessing that this whole conversation could tilt. But a gentleman approached us with a proposal, and he showed us a letter from the Ministry of Education. He wants to translate our national anthem into local languages. And he showed the letter where the ministry instructs him to stand by for further engagement so that we can have God Bless Our Homeland Ghana in different Ghanaian languages. He's engaged the Bureau of Languages. They've helped him translate 11, the anthem into 11 Ghanaian languages. Do you know about that? And why has he been waiting for many years without this going forward?
I like his passion and enthusiasm. And if this will help people understand the national anthem, especially the uneducated, then better for us. So it's not even the educated. They will catch the English. Right? If I go to a market and I play the anthem in Twi, and I can get the market women dancing to the tunes, especially those, most market women are very well educated, but at least for those who didn't get the education, if I go to a village on their communication, you have communication centers, and if I go to a village and I can play the Ga version of the national anthem for them to understand it, I think it's an effort that needs to be commended. So it goes beyond our schools to our communities for them to understand what our nation stands for through the national anthem. So he ought to be commended. I'll do further engagement with him to see what support we can provide.
Excellent. Now let's do free SHS before we go. The bill, we're expecting to see some changes and reforms. And what could we be looking at? Will it be, as some people think, free for those who are in most dire need, and then at some cost to those who can more afford it?
Okay, those who can afford it, then probably you are talking about yourself other people like
Am
you. Yeah. I can look at you and say, she can afford. I don't know your income.
I work at GBC.
Yeah, GBC.
It will be easy to find out.
Oh, yeah, so you see, those whose income I can easily find out, I'll say you don't qualify, right? And then I'll go to other communities. Some people are doing businesses with a lot of money. I don't know their income, so they will qualify. So at the end of the day, what I ask my friends, I have friends who come to me with this argument all the time. So I ask them, if your child is sent to Kowobeda Senior High School by the placement system, and you make a lot of money because you are the chief director, would you pay for your child to go to Kowobeda Senior High School? I won't mention it because I don't want people to feel I did not respect them. So Kowobeda, a fictional senior high school in a remote part of the country, a school whose name is not known by anyone. Your child comes home, or you go and check the placement, and he has been posted there. But you're a chief director, so we know your income. And because that is where your child's performance have placed her, would you pay? And the response is, no way, I want a Chimota. If you send my child to Augustine's, I will pay. This other, of course, I will pay. People are asking for fee paying. It's not about that nice way of putting it, that I can afford it. But if you can afford it, are you willing to pay based on where the child is placed?
So you're considering
no, it's not
cost sharing?
It's not. It's not part of any consideration so far the bill is concerned. Let me give you what the bill is about. That government will provide all the resources for children to have free, quality, secondary and education. And by the way, under this bill, junior high school is classified as lower secondary. So it's no longer going to be part of our basic schools. So we elevate our junior high school to be part of secondary, effectively giving Ghana a 6-year secondary. But it's not a secondary regime where Achimota is going to be 6 years. You can have the lower secondary schools by themselves, separate, but they are equal. They are getting similar opportunities to learn as senior high schools are. So that's a central piece of it. The moment you do that and you say that everybody should go, it's compulsory. And then the moment it becomes compulsory, you don't need the BE you can get to go to Achimota or go to another school.
So potentially between primary 6 and junior high, in the foreseeable future, if this bill you're presenting passes, we'll see some kind of examination which will eliminate the BECE.
Yes, it will be an entrance, like we used to do common entrance exam. So it's an entrance exam. It's not the terminal certificate. If you go to any village, they will say in their language, like in Ashanti, Mary School. I've finished school. That means he has finished junior high. And now we are saying every child in the 21st century, you have to finish senior high. And that will be the terminal. That is where your certificate exams come to, and not at the junior high. So BEC then changes to an entrance exam.
Would you consider the recommendation by Africa Education Watch that the SHS curriculum reform should include a compulsory subject on basic practical agriculture? Is that something that...
I have some discussion with some people, and actually schedule a meeting. They are scheduling a meeting with African Education Watch to discuss that further. I thought that if you really look at it and look at 6-year secondary, it can be part of the lower secondary because it will expose them to agric, to help them make their minds to even do agric at the upper secondary. So if there's a place to really inculcate agriculture and the importance and the love for it, it should rather be part of the lower secondary and not even upper secondary, because by that time it's too late, they don't like it, they didn't select it. But if you make it part of the lower secondary, you expose them to it in such a way that some of them will look forward to doing it at the upper secondary and even beyond to go to it. So I subscribe to it, but I think you can rather do lower secondary and then get them becoming more enthused and excited and better.
I'm hearing that there's a plan to introduce an 8-week course in growth mindset to be taught in senior high schools from the next academic year.
Lower secondary will also have a bite of it.
What is it about growth mindset?
Growth mindset just says that I'm capable of doing anything that I put my mind to. getting the children to have that sense that if I have problems, it's an opportunity. It's a challenge for me to grow. A number of schools around the world teaches that. They teaches self-confidence of a child who believes that even though I may have come from this part of the country, this village, I may have come from a very challenging home, I can overcome.
You are teaching assertiveness.
Assertiveness. So that if a child is sitting in a class, for example, is self-confident enough to say, sir, I think we could have solved this problem in a different way. So in the traditional African respectful way, a child is still saying, because I have a growth mindset, I think it can be done. And World Symbol from Ghana should tell Ghanaian children that it doesn't really matter where I came from. I can be the leader of the world.
In an election year, it's difficult to separate the idea that you're trying to appeal to the masses. You're trying to get people to vote for you. How should we situate these things that you're telling us in the context of an election year so that people do not think, well, this is just part of the campaign strategy to get people to vote for the party in power? And how sustainable will this be should the unfortunate happen for the NPP and should there be a change of government?
Let me take the first one first. That's why I'm doing evidence-based communication today. I didn't come here to talk to you without showing the evidence. So everything I'm showing here is evidence-based. If I talk Kofi Annan, the book is being read here. Everything that I'm talking about today is based on evidence.
So you're not campaigning?
So it's not about, why should I not? But the point of the matter is that I'm showing you evidence of what we have done. Ghanaians be the judges. Because I cannot do this and not talk about it. There was a vision that led to the development of this assembly hall and dining hall in a public school to be attended by children of judges and laborers. I look forward to a day that children of judges and laborers will sit in the same classroom and study together and learn together and be part of one Ghana. That is our vision, and that is what I'm excited about, that I can be part of that vision.
And should Break the Eight be truncated at some point? How are we sure that this will stand?
You see, the thing is this. I believe Ghanaians will look at this and say it is worth breaking the 8 because my children are going to have quality public education. I'm a nurse, I'm a businessman, I'm a trader, I'm struggling, always looking for money to pay the fees of my children. Now comes a government that says quality public education is going to be provided, is going to be free. This is what make you wake up in the morning of December 7th and line up to vote for transformation of public schools. So I'm not thinking of the unfortunate. I think the fortunate will happen. And then when the fortunate happens, it's not about me.
But will these continue?
It's
a lot of taxpayers' money that's being invested here. Will these continue?
What's
the legal backing?
Anything legal can be amended in Parliament. I'll tell you this. For this to continue, it's in the hands of Ghanaians.
Honourable Minister, thank you for sitting with us this morning and for answering our questions on the development in the education space. We wish you the very best for the rest of your day, and we'll engage with you again as we always do subsequently. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum is the Minister for Education, and he's also MP for Bosomtwe constituency in the Ashanti region. He's been answering some of our questions on the recent update on education in Ghana, the plans for pre-school, that is the kindergarten, plans for JHS, SHS, and beyond. All that to make sure that the young Ghanaian is equipped for the world of work in the 21st century. Thank you for joining us for this conversation. The Breakfast Show continues after this break. We'll be back.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast.
homecoming day, and I would enjoy more issue in terms of the homo. Or Dame Ansar, the head servant of Grace House Ministries International, will be talking to us about prioritizing our spending. And he says that it requires to ensure that you don't step today. Rabbi, thank you for making time.
So grateful.
Great.
Yeah.
When we say priority, and so it's a priority?
In fact, he opened my Bruce Quay, but now he's Joe the second. And he's the paramount chief of Jamestown English Alata. And I want to wish him a very successful and happy Homo War. That is this Saturday. Yeah. And I want to thank him so much. I would come and look for him because he helped me in Accra. And if I didn't meet him, I wouldn't be sitting here. He opened my eyes a lot. I was a John. I had come from somewhere far away to Accra, and my eyes must open.
So it started from somewhere, this financial literacy, and he played a key part.
He played a key role.
So now let's talk about how to create a spending plan and how we should prioritize our incomes and our spending.
Okay, so when we talk about priority, then we are looking at matter of importance. You understand what matters most. It has to do with your income, troubles and struggles we go through has to do with the way we spend. It's not how much comes. Because if you would be sincere, you realize that
do not keep on increasing.
Well,
depending on where you work.
Thelma, you can tell me that.
It's the expenses that keep increases, but not at the rate of the increase in expenditure.
Yes, but
cost of
where we spend is what matters. But let us not put much. So when it comes to its need, if people can be, it will help in our spending a lot.
So you're referring to essentials and non-essential.
Hey.
One person may be poison for another, and what may be poison may be meat for another person. So how do we? Is it a blanket rule for everybody?
It's a very simple thing. What makes you survive? The first basic thing is food.
What you drink?
No,
so
water.
Okay.
And we are talking about need. You don't need those things. You need water and food. The drinkables, only water. So food and water. Then you come to clothing. You can go naked. Nobody can go naked. Then you come to shelter. Not even communicate. They have a way of communicating. That's only shelter communicating.
For most people, each of these essentials take out almost all the money that they have. And then water, even sachet water is expensive now. So if you drink 3 sachet water, sachets of water in a day, that amounts to something. Then rent is another expensive item. So even these needs can, run through somebody's incomes in a second.
I understand, but you can also be innovative. So if let's say rent is expensive, you can adjust. And if you don't have a wife or you don't have a family now, 3 people can share. There is a will to cut down. There is a way to cut down.
So where there is a family, where there is a husband or wife, children, sometimes even extended family live with us, then
you must get a side issue where that brings money. They are happy that I can complain. I'm going through hardship. Plan, because so let's plan and make sure that by the time you get a wife and start making children, you have extra income. So put a portion to 7 and put a portion.
2 children, extra, family members relying on them. So they don't have the benefit of now saving for the future. They are living the future now. Where can those people make cuts so that they can fit into their spending plan?
All right. Look at your lifestyle. It starts from you. Look at your lifestyle first. And look at some of the things you can do without. Strictly. I always say that the things you can do without gives you financial security. So if you can do without so many things, better for you. You understand? Majority of the things we spend on are lifestyles. They are not essential. They are not survival things. They are not things that we really need. They are things that we want. Why would you always get a new funeral cloth when there's a funeral? When you have one, you can wear it for 15 years. After all, you don't go to funeral every time. But I trust you, most people will go and sew a different one.
A lot of the people have, I mean, many communities are now coming up with instituted measures: no funeral cloth, no food at funerals, no, there's a limit or a cap on donations unless you can do more. So all these things have been put in place. Some people think, for example, that one of the ways to cope with little income is to get loans. Is it ever a good idea to get a loan? In what circumstances would you say a loan is a good idea? Because it becomes a debt that you have to repay.
When you are taking the loan, I want people to get it clear. You are consuming money you have not made. That's number one. Number two, so you have to be charged, punished for consuming what you have not made, and that is what we call the interest. So you look at the interest on the loan, and most of the time, we look at the satisfaction we'll get from the loan and not the punishment that somebody is giving you. Get the loan. Don't get the loan for consumption. Get the loan for investment. And you need to be able to calculate how much you are making when you invest on the loan and how much you are paying on the loan as a punishment. That means the word punishment, the punishment that they are heaping on you. And when you compare, you realize that you are working for somebody. So don't go in for it. Rather save. And let me tell people in the Ghana cedi, I'm sorry.
Why does the rabbi keep saying we should go and buy dollars? It's
when
not
you buy the dollar,
sound financial practice.
Okay, when you buy the dollar, let's say you have 50 Ghana cedis. If you put it down for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the 50 Ghana cedis today is not the same thing in 3 weeks' time. Now, when you buy the dollar, you are not taking the dollar out of the economy. The dollar is still in Ghana. So I don't know why it should affect Ghana. It can't affect Ghana. Unless you are buying the dollar and taking it away, then the dollar has shifted to another country.
Why are you keeping the dollar when you buy it? Are you opening a dollar account where you keep these monies, or are you keeping them in your house, which we advised is not something that should be encouraged?
Thelma, it is a temporary, I like this discussion, it's a temporary keeping. You see, your aim is to invest your savings. But because your money is little, so you are saving little by little, but you don't want your effort and your cedi to devalue, your money to devalue. So you go to another currency that is inflation hedge. It's inflation hedge. Then you buy that currency. You understand? Now, when you buy that currency, don't forget that you are helping the economy because the Forest Bureau operator, that is what he does for living. So you are patronizing the Forest Bureau. The Forest Bureau is patronizing Bank of Ghana. And the Forest Bureau is also paying tax to the government. So we are doing business. We are not collapsing the economy.
Okay, so that was just for clarity based on other
so when you get the dollar, when let's say you are saving, let's say 3,000 Ghana cedis. So when you get 50 Ghana, you go and buy dollar. You get 50 Ghana. By the time you realize you have 3,000 Ghana cedis value, then you go and use it to do whatever you want to do. If it's gold you want to buy, if it is Gary you want to invest in, if it is whatever you want to invest in, then you invest. So this advice I am giving, we are rather helping the economy, because when you go to the Forest Bureau guy, you are patronizing.
Right. So we've talked about, getting loans and making sure that if we get loans, we get them into investments that yield enough for us to be able to pay off the loans. Yes. Otherwise, it's not a good reason to.
Yes, I would rather advise you that the savings you will do to offset the loan, do the same savings to buy whatever you want to buy. With that one, you are not paying any interest.
On savings, you've told us to save about 30% of what we are making on the regular. Sometimes the difficulty is in even determining what you've spent your monies on. So you're asking yourself, oh, I had 500 cedis in the morning, now it's left with 100. How do we keep track of our spending so that we can prioritize it? Especially when we are in a very cash-driven system, when we pay out of pocket for most things, and not necessarily Momo always, or bank card, or checks, and whatnot.
It boils down to discipline. You see, I don't know why you would take money from your pocket and you will not be conscious. You want a machine to track your money for you. When you are leaving the house, count the money you pick. And know that when I go, if you are the type that doesn't buy by impulse, you should be able to track all your money, Thelma. So lifestyle, that's like, and the way I'm talking. There are certain things they are not needs, they are wants. Suspend them. It will come into your mind. Oh, I want to buy this. So for what?
What about the unexpected? Sometimes things are asked to spend.
Yes, that's why you must have emergencies. You understand? You must save. Emergency is there. Thelma, we have very important things. We have important things. We have urgent things, and in life, plan for all those things. You understand? It's very, very, very important that we put priorities. We know things that in the next 5 years, if you have a child and they ask your child, what do you think mommy will spend money on? Your child should be able to say it off head. That this thing mommy will never buy.
So what advice would you give to families that want to prioritize?
They should sit down and find out what they need and what will keep the family going. Survival first and well-being. Then after that, enjoyment. You understand? Yes, so for us to spend, to prioritize, spend what makes the family survive and what makes the family to live well. Those are the things you begin to look at, and then you apportion a budget to them. And even the things that makes us survive, some of them we can suspend and make a budget for it before we spend on those things. Yes, so let's be very conscious of how we spend and the things we spend the money on. If it is not for survival and it's for enjoyment, can we suspend it? Can we hold on to it? Can we say, okay, wait, you understand? It's very, very, very important.
And review. Monitoring, evaluating, and reviewing the plan is always important.
Very,
so that we know when to stop what or to continue doing what.
Life is not static. Life it revolves, you understand? So at a point in time, the things that might be very important to you, needed to Thelma and to Odami Ansa, will not be needed now. You understand? So then you stop spending on it. You understand what I mean? Yeah. So it's very important that as time goes on, we review all these things and see whether this thing is it really necessary? Right. Are they really needful?
Rabbi, thank you. I'm sure next week we'll have another, go at our financial literacy class, and then we'll learn some more tips on how to get better value from our money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I brought some Gary to all of you.
Gary is more valuable than gold.
Yes, I brought some Gary to all of you.
Gary over gold is G over G, but it's Gary over gold.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll look forward to, because Rabbi is into Gary production as well. So you can follow him on TikTok.
Odami Ansa. And then the number is also there. You can contact.
Rabbi is head servant, Grace House Ministries International, and that's how you can reach him. This has been our financial literacy class. We'll take a quick break. When we return, some dancing in the studio. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
to the show. So, like we promised and like we've been touting the whole morning, we're going to be doing some dancing in studio. We have legendary and celebrity dancers in studio. Dance God Lloyd and his team are in the studio. So Dance Go Live, he set up an academy. When he came here earlier on in the year, he had yet to set it up, and now it's up. It features amazing young dancers, talented dancers. So we are going to have them do their thing, and then we'll go and chat with them and find out where they get all those moves from, eh? And so introducing you to Dance Go Live, Dance God Lloyd and his team. Over to you. Wow! Hey, Princess, how are you? I'm fine. How do you feel? Eh? How do you feel? You're a super dancer. How do you feel? Tell us how you feel when you come on TV.
Super excited.
Yeah? What do you feel when you're dancing? Like, I felt the energy from all the way there. What do you feel? Like, what's the energy like, yeah? Energy. That's gonna come. Listen, this is awesome. Putting this together is awesome. Congrats to you. Just say you were going to set it up.
Yeah, we had a lot in the pipeline.
Okay.
I didn't want to
spoil it.
Yes, do you understand? When I started this thing, it was not about me. Okay, in the beginning, I was thinking about how I make money and,
Yeah.
But I realized different level. Because when I started dancing, I didn't have a role model.
Sure.
From Ghana.
Yeah.
It was mostly me watching people abroad. So now I need to be an example to these young people.
And you are.
And then, so it was one show with Kim Promise. I think it was for TGMA.
Okay.
And then it was VGMA at that time.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so I called all these young people and I was like, come and support me. Okay. But after that, they didn't want to leave.
Who would want to leave? Who would? Who wants to leave?
They didn't want to leave, so I decided to just keep them. We rehearse. Anytime there's an event like that, then we go.
Okay.
Then now, they're like, super. Let's create something.
That's how they call you. Yeah. They call him super.
Let's create something, especially my assistant.
Namaste to you.
Jessica was like, give it a name already, because everyone is asking. Anytime I make a post, everyone's like, what's the name? We want to know, So we are finally here, guys. So you can all join us. Bring your children, but it's not free.
That's it.
these young people want to dance and they want to grow. It's not just about the dancing. They want to grow as, individuals, because where they come from is like, from nothing. Do you understand? And they want to reach somewhere so they can become important people in their communities, because that's like one thing that really matters to me. Do you understand? Because where I come from, I'm like a, an important person.
You're a role model now.
Yes, so I want them to become role models in that community. It helps shape the dance story.
Yes,
do you understand? So we are ready. Let's go.
Listen, before we... Yo, how do you come up with these routines? The latest one is Lomo. Yeah. How do you come up with these routines?
So, it's been there. It's been there for a very long time, but people didn't really pay attention. So me, I was like, for Ghanaian songs to travel far, I'm hearing it and seeing a dance with it. And then it goes viral, like everyone does it. So I was like, let me introduce that in Ghana, and it has been like a beautiful journey. Like now, if that DJ effect is not there, like you're not going to listen to that song. So and it goes a long way to put Ghana on a different,
I see people in China doing your dance challenges, and we are here. We can't even do the dance.
I was in Europe one time, I think last year, and I didn't hear any Ghanaian song. The Ghanaian song I heard was Azunto. And it's because they know the dance. So I was like, bro, if I'm doing it, I need to like push more. I need to add more and push it. And now like every dancer is doing that. And I'm super happy. It's even creating...
Bust a move. Bust an easy move for me.
Just do something.
Charlie.
Do any move. No. Sauce. You need to add sauce.
So it's the sauce that makes it saucy. And
it's actually my talent, though. So it means a lot to me. It's my life. So dance is like my bed. So.
Charlie, so when you woke up this morning, did you have a new dance routine or something? What runs through your head?
Every day I'm dancing. When I'm brushing my teeth. When I'm bathing. When I'm doing
everything. Is the dance in you? How do your family feel about you?
They are proud of me.
Yes.
Especially my mom. Every day she will call me. She's even watching me.
Shout out, mom.
Yeah.
You were part of the European tour.
Yes. I was in Spain, I think, last month.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to say thank you so much, Dance God Lloyd and Auntie Jessica and Mommy.
Okay.
They put me on.
Yeah. So what do you think personally you imparted? What did you leave to the people who you danced today? What do you think you left?
Okay, so I wanted to surprise Dance God Lloyd. That was my mindset.
Okay.
Me going to Spain, that was my mindset. And yes, I did. He was like super proud of me. He was like, wow, Danny, you made it. That's our anthem. We made it.
We made it. That was on the screen now.
Yes, that's it.
This is super. You're putting Ghana on the map. We're proud of you. Come, princess. Look, what's in your waist? What's in your waist? What's in your waist?
Just like your own.
No, did you see me busting a move, eh? What does dance mean to you? What does that mean to you?
I didn't know how to go out there to dance and all that. So I was always home, doing my pen rehearsing at home and all that. So it was when Dance God reached out to me that, hey, you know how to dance. I want to coach you. You can be a better person, a better dancer. And I started, gathering some.
Bust a move.
One.
Are you people learning? The people at home are learning. Yes, they're learning.
Just raise your right hand, your heel like
this.
So let's go.
So there's another guy on the team who is scaring people. Miracle, bust a move for us, please.
That's our grandfather, though.
Miracle grandfather. Okay. Oh, it's how you guys do it effortlessly. What does dance mean to you?
Dance means a lot to me, actually. So dance means a lot to me.
Were you a shy person too before?
Oh yeah, actually.
Are you still shy?
Yeah. Through dance, I'm improving.
Okay, so it's going away a bit. But I hear a lot of you,
and my friends.
But,
But now, like, I can speak to anybody.
Right. What are your highlights? I mean, dancing with Dance God, impacting all of these people, all these challenges. What are the highlights for you, if you'd say?
Oh, yeah. It hasn't been an easy journey with him. Yeah, I've danced with him for so long, so many years.
Okay.
And he has taught me a lot. And with him being my mentor, it's so fascinating. Like, it's so enjoyable.
Okay.
Let me say sweet. Yeah.
Sweet.
So if basically if you're not getting the thing right, he will align you straightly.
That's
like,
it.
Miracle, do this. Don't do this. You know what I want for you. That's how.
That's it. That's how he starts it.
Yeah. So it's been a sweet journey with him.
Right. But what's the one thing about Dance God that we don't know? I mean, you guys.
I think I'll leave that.
Danny.
No.
Danny. He's hairy.
No, caring. He really cares about you. Like, trust me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Caring.
For that 100%. That's Dance God.
When he talks, he wants you to listen attentively. He doesn't want, like, he's talking and then you are doing other things.
Dance God, come. Come.
But when it comes to dance, you need to do it. Business.
That's it. Yeah. Okay, how about discipline? I hear he's a very disciplined person.
Oh, yes.
when you're late to classes, what happens?
Oh, I think he will talk to you.
Okay.
But BJ, that's going to
Jessica. So, you know, I feel like if you want to grow, you don't grow alone. You know, like you grow with people, with your surrounding, like and then I feel like my growth should have an impact on them. You know, like with the way I talk, the way like I dance. They should see me in them. They could be themselves, but be like your boss is not like this, so why are you behaving this way?
Yeah, sure.
And that's what like I always do with them. And I see like I've seen like an improvement. It's been like almost a year.
Okay.
It's past a year, like a year and then like 2 months. But the difference is crazy. Like there's a big gap, like from where I saw them and where they are right now. It's just a year, so imagine a decade.
Chalet.
What you're going to be.
Chalet.
Yeah, so
that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah.
Like even with this girl, when I met her, like she couldn't talk to me.
Okay, right.
I'm super proud.
Yeah,
of them,
that's nice. There's somebody else who's proud of you,
Hey.
Afonita, and you're on stage with her.
Yeah. Super close to me.
Okay, that's you and her on this.
Yeah, she was like my daughter, my dance daughter. Like what I'm doing with all these girls.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to be a role model to her. You know, I don't know if I'm still a role model to her, but I wanted to be a role model to her. And so I put in a lot of work, you know, from her dance, because before any other thing, it has to start with the dance. You know, she used to be like very shy. She would look on the floor. She would not talk. She would be quiet. And like now you can see like she's everywhere winning. I'm super happy. This is our first time performing together in Spain. It was magical.
You're taking Ghana places, taking Ghana music places, and we love. How can people be? Is it open? Is it an open group, or you've closed it? How do people get to be part of Dance Go Live?
So there's a number. Actually, let me mention the number.
Yes, please mention the number.
Okay.
While you're looking for the number, Princess, come on. Come closer. Come. What do your friends say now that you've started to dance and you're everywhere? You're very popular on TikTok, you know that, right? So what do your friends say when they see you? The superstar. You like that, huh? She's a superstar. You like it, yeah? Yeah, that's it.
She's always believed in herself. Okay, so the number is 024.
Right.
+233.
+2, yes, in case you're not in Ghana. So +233 24.
That's it.
68 54 533. Let me say it again. Class 2, 3.
Danny, do you want to mention the number? Do you want to mention the number out for us?
Or in case you are in Ghana.
Yeah.
Or you can send us an email.
Yes, please can you mention the email?
dansgodlloyd@gmail. Send it to my personal
email. Right.
Yeah, or you can visit our studio. We are at Legon City Mall, Matrix Studio, Matrix Gym.
Matrix Gym.
Yeah.
What days do you meet? What days?
From Tuesdays to Fridays.
What time?
From 2 to 6.
2 to 6. It's not free, people. It's not free. Go and pay and learn how to dance. We'll be coming towards there.
Yeah.
Big shout outs to Rich Cattell. He's a big fan and he's right there behind the camera. So I'm sure he'll be doing something to you guys. We love you. We love what you're doing. Dance God, big ups to you. More grease to your elbows, man, for bringing up this generation of amazing, talented dancers. So you know what we do? We're going to leave you. We're going to leave the specialists and the professionals to it. All the dance challenges, please show them to my viewers.
Okay, come on. Spread out.